Morning,
Good morning.
the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and all our fabulous leadership team is here for a county meeting.
Thank you.
Slides.
Oh, we're not?
Yeah. So good morning, commissioners. Today what we're going to do is all the leadership team is here to talk about their goals for 2026, to get your feedback. And at the end, once you've seen all of our goals, we'll look for y'all to give us stuff that we've missed and have a conversation about reprioritization, how much work it's going to be, if we can do all of it, if we can't, what needs to go. So as we're going through the leadership team's goals, I would just like to ask questions at that point. And then when we get to the end, we can talk about any revisions or things that you guys want to change or any ones you want to add. You know, in the context that we are just trying to be as efficient as we can with the limited amount of staff capacity that we have. So pick the ones that are really going to return the highest investment and realize that we really want to do everything we commit to well and not overcommit to a bunch of stuff and then do them badly. I think that's really what we want to get out of here with and clear direction from y'all on where we need to be spending our time outside of the normal operations of the county. So any questions so far? Okay.
Yes.
So
This all is normal operations of the county.
some of this stuff is new stuff,
Okay.
right? Like revising things, changing the way we do stuff. That's why these are named goals and not just, have a goal for plow the roads, right? That's what we do, right, already. This is really where we're expanding or refocusing or reorganizing and changing or improving what we're doing, which is business as usual. So everything on here, with the exception of maybe some of the divisions where their funding is really in question from the feds, might be survive. But in most cases, this is not about business as usual. This is about where we are focusing our efforts to revise and improve.
All right.
Sense.
I look forward to the presentations.
Colleagues, just a question that will be on my mind as we go through this presentation and think about our goals is, does it make sense for the board to establish goals as a board? Like as in like things that we intend to go try to do. The example that's in my mind right now is get into the MPO. Get into the DRCOG MPO. There we might come up with some things that really a commissioner will need to accomplish. Do we want to set as goals? It's just kind of an open question in my mind.
I don't even think we're on the agenda.
Lieutenant Colton say that we'll listen to everybody.
You are at the end, the District 2, District.
Oh, okay.
District 1,
All right.
Yeah.
right?
Thank you.
So you guys, at the end, if you guys do want to come have a conversation about a uniformed goal, I think that that's completely fine within the bounds of this. But I would like you to see where we are already as a baseline before we have those conversations, because some of those goals might be in here already.
Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, first on the agenda is the county manager's office.
Next slide. Oh, thanks. Okay, so the first one, and I don't know if it's my most important goal, but I think the biggest one for us is finding a sustainable long-term funding strategy for Charlie's Place. Charlie's Place is the no-kill animal shelter that was part of a donation. It's been a community institution for a long time. We are lucky to have an animal shelter in a county this small. Having said that, having talked to other counties, it is a very difficult operation for counties to maintain. Most counties do not have one of any size. They are usually some version of a nonprofit, or they have some very unique funding strategies like Denver's is a little bit of a hybrid. So one of my goals this year is to explore alternative models for Charlie's Place to make sure that it can stay here, stay open, stay operating. But it is quite a expensive service that we provide, and it's not staffed to be really functional, right? I mean, Charlie's Place is on every definition on life support. It's not staffed where it needs to be because we can't afford it where it needs to be. The building is starting to get to the point where it's the end of its capital life cycle, which then requires more investment. And we have a $1.4 to $1.5 million budget deficit, and we're still operating a largely a unique operation for us. So I want to explore any alternative ways to either have them raise revenue, potentially get a contract with a nonprofit, expand to become a little bit more modern in the way that animal shelters are normally funded through philanthropy and things like that, and not have it be such of a draw on the general fund for both the survival of Charlie's Place and the general fund. So that's the first one. Continue advancing unified economic development strategy. What we need to do is really focus on what industries and what commercial activity we are going to try to attract, make sure our code and our land use rules align with that, as well as be the starting point for the conversation about incentives. We do need to do the analysis of really what kind of, we don't have camera. Thanks, George.
No, it's not
I just-
showing the camera because it's the full screen, that's why.
Okay.
I just wanted to look at something.
So we're looking at that. This is really around doing the real work around the how to. I think we've done a lot of high level analysis on economic development. We need a really practical plan at this point about how do we work on changing our economic environment to bring the kind of industries and commercial activity in here we need to help sustain the economy when we know we have a single large employer that is slowing down its production. We need to finalize the capital building downsizing process. This was something that was started last year. We have a really good plan that I think is probably 85 to 90% done. This year we'll be doing it. It will be bringing on real estate personnel to divest of these properties, figuring out how to move people, reorganize, renovate buildings, basically do the plan that we set out, that we completed or mostly completed last year, and really start to limit our capital exposure over the long term by reducing our square footage that we own. These are also important because it gets some of these buildings back into the tax rolls, by hopefully having businesses in them that employ people, pay taxes, and are not just county operations. Support the board in developing a new nicotine tax and establishing a self-collection policy and administrative process effectively. Basically, if the board has a desire to put another revenue generating ballot measure on the ballot in 2027 and the 26 ballot, we need the vast majority of what's left on the table for us, besides a general mill increase or property tax or a sales tax increase, is self-collect will need to be self-collected by us. We self-collect marijuana right now. So we do have some limited exposure to this, but I would like to set us up for success. If we get an early enough indication from the board about what they're trying to do, then we can make sure that those self-collection mechanisms have been vetted before the board ultimately makes its decision on whether to not put that on the ballot. Because with self-collection, you're looking at a net revenue, because all self-collection costs money of some kind, whether through FTEs, time. So it's not just straight revenue. So we want to make sure that we've worked all that out so the board can make an informed decision. We also need to make more progress with the ADA implementation, particularly for digital access. Luckily, it looks like software has caught up with the need, and there's some pretty innovative solutions out there now. I think with the goal of being as transparent and getting as much information back on the website as possible, with making the ADA website with the county this small is going to require us to really figure out a very efficient way to do this. And we need to finish looking into that and coming back and completing that process. And then continue to look at our own county operation organization, right? We want to adapt our organization to reduce redundancies, eliminate silos, and create leaner, more coordinated operation. I'm very anti-silo as far as organization. I like a cooperative team with different expertise that informs and ensure and helps each other. I think that's how we get to better decisions. It's also cheaper to run a organization that way. So we're going to still look at the org chart through the next year on any other moves that we can make as far as reclassifying jobs, transferring FTE counts, really looking for any creative ideas, both from staff and from leadership on where we can improve and start covering some of the gaps we have or helping those make the most of the existing FTE count we have. We did this staffing analysis last year. We are really lean as far as FTE count, but that doesn't mean that every FTE is operating as efficiently as possible and doing exactly the job that needs to be done here. So we still have some room to improve in that. So I would expect the board to expect me to see several org charts probably this year, as we go through that process, coming back. So
Just two quick notes on that one. First, I would love to have early input. I'm sure I'm not the only one on this board that would love to have early input in that conversation. And second, and more importantly, I should have led with this. I think the last major reorg that was done without the knowledge of the staff leadership team.
Mhm.
And I'm looking forward to you doing
Not gonna do that.
in a more inclusive way.
by the time the board sees it, staff will have seen it. You know, at least at some capacity. We're not gonna do that again. It's more of, you know, try to make the most of what we have at this point. And if that means ensuring that every FTE is doing the most complete job that they can for the organization. And that we might end up with an org chart that looks a little bit different than some other, the way the other counties are organized, because we're really looking to be as innovative as possible on that front.
Is this where we'll see decisions about the need for a deputy or not, et cetera? Like, this is where we'll see all of that.
All of that.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just having it on here because the org chart's not been put to bed yet. We're still figuring out how things are operating. And we want to have a pretty open conversation with the board about where we're at, all things, whether or not, you know, what our lean operations are doing to morale and turnover, potentially where we can move FTE counts across organizations, where we might be still a little overstaffed, where we're really understaffed, and what's happening, well, what effect that's having on the ground, right? Because really the goal over the next few years is get to a point of long-term sustainability. And we need to make sure that the organization that we're building isn't just surviving to 27, it's surviving till 30. Because we need to make sure that the turning and changing all the time does have a cost too. It means we're not doing other things. So this is hopefully gonna create a situation where we're really trying to right size our operations and actually start delivering goals that are moving the needle and kind of reducing a little bit of the churning chaos too. So
Two more things before we're off your slide. The economic development, appreciate it being on here. But I don't know exactly how to write this, but I think we need to figure out our lane.
mhm.
We need it I'm on the board of our EDC. I've been telling our EDC that they need to initiate an industry and commercial identification process.
Mhm.
Just colleagues, for your awareness, I think a big part of that is figuring out just what is our lane.
Right. And I think if you think about that tied in with county organization improvements, we're not talking about the county doing that on its own. I think it's really finding all the mechanisms in the county, whether it's our organization or not, to do this the best and cheapest and most efficiently. And if that's through the EDC, that's great too. You know, we'd actually love that and we would support them. But if we don't see a lot of movement through the EDC, we're going to have to do it, right? I think this is really not around being prescriptive at this point. It's just something that I'm going to be working on. And whatever delivery path gets developed through those conversations, obviously the board will have input with, and we'll move in that direction. But we need to focus on it and not just hope that someone else does it or that it takes care of itself, right? It's going to be pushed from my office regardless of who's doing it or how we're doing it. Obviously, those kind of things are way better if it's collaborative with the municipalities particularly, because they have a lot more flexibility in because they have infrastructure. They're going to be a lot more appealing to certain operations than the unincorporated will be, just because of our limitations. But also, you know, they have better tax incentive structures. I would love to see a more coordinated plan, but that's, you know, a pretty lofty goal.
But we have a role inside the municipalities as well. We
Yes.
collect taxes inside the municipalities. We can offer tax incentives inside the municipalities.
Yes.
My last comment on this piece is when we're approving a final goals plan, colleagues, I think it makes sense to have this in some way refer to understanding the resources we need locally to be providing. Our big issue in this space is we have one person in the county who's actually tasked with this. And we need, whether it's an additional FTE at the EDC or a dedicated resource stat at this inside of our staff. I think success on this front this year looks like us knowing what resources it's going to take and identifying them, so that we can like sustain progress. So that's my feedback on that particular. Love its inclusion. I think it could be reframed.
Okay.
Quick question, just respect to how things work today. So you've brought up your priorities, your concerns. And then when we have the leadership team member of the county department that you mentioned, we'll be able to ask them
Yes.
questions directly.
Yes. This is just my office.
All right,
Megan's gonna have her own. So these are primarily mine.
okay,
Given that we only have 3 people in my office. So, and then they'll give their presentation on their division
okay,
and they'll talk through their goals and you can ask them questions just like George asked me about
Okay.
these.
Okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
And then the last thing from me on this slide is the tax. It's the 4th one down. I'm personally not 100% sure that a nicotine tax proposal is the right choice.
Right.
I do think that we need to make a tax proposal that benefits the general fund.
Yep.
Colleagues, I'm curious, we're not going to decide today, but do you like the goal being get a nicotine tax or do you like the goal being figure out the right thing and get it on the ballot?
I would think it would be figure out the right thing. I think he's just going off of previous discussions about the nicotine tax, so.
It could very well be.
Right. Whatever it is, it's more around making sure that the collection mechanism is in place. That's really the front of the goal. I posted a nicotine tax because it's the easiest story to tell on self-collection, but obviously any ballot measure outside of a couple are going to require the county to self-collect.
What's the current nicotine tax in the
The
county?
county does not have a nicotine excise
Oh.
tax currently. It's all collected through the state and we get very little return on that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think it's not distributed based on sale volume. It's distributed based on population.
Oh.
But again, this is where the way that statutory stats work for us don't reflect the reality of here, which that on a Saturday, this is a county of 50,000 people.
Right.
Right. And we only get paid for the 9,000 who actually live here, whereas our nicotine sales, because of our true population,
Mm.
are really outside of what we would get return on. So this is one of those areas where we can correct that imbalance potentially ourselves.
Thank you.
Right.
Mhm.
And colleagues, the other options I have in mind, just for your awareness, I mean, asking for a mill or two for the general fund is not out of the question in my mind. Also, making some exemptions in the sales tax space while raising the rate is another option that I'm extremely interested in. I don't know that,
I'm gonna have to say, I have to remind you, we just raised the mills and the unincorporated and a lot of our taxes went up like $600. So that's gonna be a tough one.
so a reframe so that staff could be supporting an exploration of our options as well would be.
Yes, I'll reframe it that way. I just wanted to put my flag on nicotine because it's been brought up and it's the best example of how this will work if we do self-collection.
Well, I think the way you explained it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, if the state is only reimbursing us based on our population versus on how much nicotine products we sell, that doesn't sound equitable at all.
Mhm. Well, yeah, and I think that methodology works fine most places. It doesn't here, right? And that's the unique thing about us.
I-70.
Yeah, and just all of it, the public land, our very small buildable area. It's a place to find improvement, I think.
And I'm sorry, one more just to help understand as we go through this. If I see something like, I'll pick Charlie's Place. that could be a goal inside the division that Charlie's Place lives in, right? Like it could be a Public Works Division goal. It's a county. Can you describe why that's a county manager's goal instead?
Because right now, because it's more organizational level decision, right? I mean, Charlie's Place, the staff, on any staff, I will be roping in staff as appropriate to help with all of these. But I'm trying to keep the distinction between organizational or like systematic changes go through my office as my goals, whereas internal operations to those divisions that don't necessarily want to affect other divisions particularly, or they're truly the SMEs, the subject matter experts on that will stay within those divisions. And I hope you'll see that distinction through the goal list. This will reappear on animal shelter because they want to talk about it too, because they understand the need, but their perspective is just a little bit different because they operate the facility, right? But I think largely we're aligned. But because it's an organizational shift on how we're thinking about an entire division, that's why it's showing up in mine and not only in Charlie's Places.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so
Moving on to Megan.
All right, my friends. So mine kind of is a mix with Colton's and mine. One of them is the continue to make measurable documented progress on the ADA implementation.
On the screens.
Oh, it didn't?
Oh.
Yeah, no, that's on yours, right here. See?
Oh, sorry. I got
All
it.
right. So this one's kind of both of ours, obviously on public information. So I'm kind of spearheading this. This is gonna be a big lift. We not only am I training people, but a lot of David's helping me train people. So I am kind of learning things that I didn't know, and then I'm trying to train those to other people. So this is kind of a big lift. This is, as you know, the ADA new law that came down. Colorado basically has the strictest ADA law. So everything on our website, including documents, all of our web pages, photos, all of that has to be ADA compliant with the new law. So the trainings are underway. We've already done a few right now. But yeah, it's kind of learning what we don't know. So this is a big lift, and it's kind of taken up a lot of my time recently. So hoping that we can get everybody up to speed, including myself, on this. So that's going right now. And then another thing is getting all board agendas on the agenda center, as the agenda center is where we put our every single agenda. So it used to be just the Board of County Commissioner agendas were on there. And now we're trying to get open space on there, Planning Commission on there, along with the Tourism Bureau. I'm missing another one, Board of Adjustment, things like that. So this will make kind of a one-stop shop for people to see every single board and commission's agendas and just be more transparent and be more open with the community about that stuff rather than going to somebody and asking for it or having it emailed out. So that also goes for open media, which is where our videos go on the website on the side. I can share my screen and show you guys if you want to know what I'm talking about. Because I'm kind of just yapping. 1 second. All right. So if you can see the screen here, when it cooperates. So this panel here on the left where it says public meetings agendas, this is on every page. But if you click on the agenda center, this is what I was talking about. So right now we have BOCC packets, so you can see the past ones from this year. You can even go back a few years. We've already got an Open Space Commission packet on there. Good job, Martha. And then Planning Commission, good job, Garrett. So this, like I said, makes it a one-stop shop for people, which I think is awesome. And the same thing is going to be going for public meetings. We're hoping to get everybody else on here as well. So as you can see, there's Board of Adjustment, Planning Commission, so people can see past meetings and past meeting recordings. So that has been underway. Let me go back to that. Okay, and then train more people on website best practices. The website, as we know, has kind of been a lot, and I've been working on making it more, making it easier for people to understand and navigate. There are times when I'm not here and somebody needs to make an update on the website or do something like that. And for a long time, it was me and a handful of other people that knew how to do things. So I'm looking to train more people so they can, maybe they want to update a sentence or a date or something, they could just go on and do it themselves rather than asking me. So we did a training about a week and a half ago. So that was great. We have a recording. People are watching that. So people are already kind of doing that kind of stuff. So that's good. like I said, I'm always happy to still help people. I just want other people to be able to help themselves. God forbid I'm gone or something like that. So those are the main things that I got going on here in public information. Any questions?
Thank you for the
No.
agenda thing too.
Yes.
That's one of the biggest questions I've been
Yep.
getting lately is where can I find those? And I can't.
Tell them it's on
We
every
have secret
page.
meetings.
Yes.
You know,
On every page, it's on the left. The public meetings has the recordings in the agenda. The agenda center is just the agendas. So they can find what they're looking for there. If not, call me and I will help them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. I have one question, I think, which is you put a very aspirational communications plan together.
I did, yeah.
12 months ago or so, we approved it.
Yeah, it's been longer than that, I feel like, at this point. Yeah.
And I don't think in that communications plan was, wow, the state is going to take 70% of my time
Yeah.
with this ADA website thing.
Yeah.
So I think my question is like, is there bandwidth to like, well, where are you in the communications plan?
Yeah.
Is there bandwidth to add anything about relative to the communications plan in here? Or is that just
Sure.
like on hold because the state has shifted our priorities for us?
It's kind of a combination of the two. Something that I was proud of in the communications plan was a big thing was more public meetings. And we did that big tour last year and that was great. And we got a lot of good feedback from that. Other goals kind of have been put on hold, honestly, since the ADA thing came down. But I am in a group with a bunch of other counties that that we're kind of working together, sharing resources and tips about ADA. And a lot of counties use what was it called, Colton? There's a software that
Access docs.
yeah, there's a software that is kind of using AI and other things that it can basically remediate documents for us, which would be really nice. Basically, it would be an overlay on the website that would do this for us. So we're looking at pricing for that because if somebody wants to upload a document to the website, they have to ADA remediate it and they might even have less time than me. So we're kind of hoping that that would be a thing that would take away a lot of that, if that makes
You know,
sense.
just for the benefit of the public.
Yes.
Would you explain what the ADA new law says?
It's just basically, I don't know it off the top of my head, but I just know that Colorado has the most strict ADA law. So
And Americans with Disabilities.
yes,
Act.
Americans with Disability Act. So every person that comes to the website needs to be able to, if they have a screen reader or maybe if they are colorblind or something like that, that they are able to interpret everything that is on the website, whether that's a document or a photo or things along those
Map.
lines, a map, things along those lines.
Okay.
And a lot of them, even we're like working with the state and like Excel documents can't even be remediated, and mapping, we're still trying to figure out how to remediate those documents. So a lot of it's new, but basically it just has to be accessible for everyone, no matter what their disability is.
And the state gave us no money for that. It's an unfunded.
This is an
mandate.
unfunded mandate. We did get a grant. So we were able to remediate some bigger documents. So for example, like the budget we remediated, that is a very long document and that would take days for somebody to do. So there's a lot of rules that we're still kind of combing through, but basically it just, I totally agree with it. It's hard to do all of it, but as a public information officer, I want everybody to be able to access any type of information. So I think it's great. We're just learning. So yeah.
To add on, some of the software now is fairly impressive. Like
Yes.
it's overlay. And so even if you upload a handwritten PDF, it'll read it, translate it. Someone can click a button
Mhm.
and it'll adjust it based on their needs. And if they can, it's got 24-hour support where someone can then contact someone who will do it live.
Yeah.
It's not on us. So that allows us to start putting more information back on the website faster, and we're not having to literally, when people come to a public meeting, right? For example, this 10-year plan that CDOT put on the website wasn't remediated.
Oh.
Like I have to provide that to the board.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Colorado Department of Transportation was not ADA compliant.
So that's where we run into a little bit of this issue where we have people come in and present on board agendas. Our board agendas are online, so now it's on staff to remediate it, or,
Oh.
whereas this will catch most of it.
Mhm.
And then we're really just
And
looking at some
then
of the stuff
to
that we can't.
avoid AI hallucinations, do we then have a proofreader?
It's not truly, it's not using a large language model. Everything now just markets itself as AI. It's not the same kind of process. It's not the same algorithm as like ChatGPT.
Okay, all right.
It's just a very complicated reader that can read handwriting, which is a huge problem for us because handwritten stuff is by definition.
We're a
like,
historic county.
We scan
Yes.
things and yeah.
in very complicated graphics. It can translate it into very simple charts and things to help. And it's very adaptable to the needs of the person who needs it, as opposed to us knowing ahead of time to adapt it to 50 different types of disabilities that we don't necessarily know. And then that's where things can fall
Interesting.
apart. So
Okay. And so we have a grant for that program.
no, we're looking into it now.
We had a grant to remediate documents that we had that we wanted to put on the website. So for example, like, I gave them like 6 documents. Maybe it was a little bit more than that a few weeks ago, and we have probably like 30,000 left on this grant, and it was like $21,000 for just a few documents. Like, it's just, so that's not sustainable. So something like that isn't sustainable. So a lot of this is idea sharing, trying to figure this out. This looks like an awesome solution. So we're really hoping for something like that. I'm supposed to meet with them hopefully this week or next week. But that also will translate into Spanish or different languages, which I think is awesome. So I think that would be really good too. But yeah, so ADA, super important, but it's taking up a lot of time right now. So
Yeah, sounds like it. Thank you.
Yeah,
One more question.
of
If-
course, yeah.
If the board decides it wants to have a goal of doing town halls again this
Sure.
year, which I suspect may be the case, does that show up on this list? Does that mean you need less stuff for this list? Like,
I can always throw it on there. I'm
thoughts?
happy to throw it on there. I kind of, I've done a lot of town halls since I've been here. It's always a goal of mine, but it's not like something new for me. So I don't even like think of it like that. I'm like, yeah, town hall, let's do it. That sounds great. So yeah, I'm happy to add it though. Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Yeah.
I
That's all for me.
support that.
Perfect.
All right,
Any other questions for me? All right, cool deal. Thanks, guys.
thanks. EMS and Kat. Good morning.
Good morning. Ours are pretty simple. Good morning. So we'll start with the EMS goals for 2026. Every year, the EMTS grant is a priority to start the year. I actually just submitted it about a month ago. It's actually for 2027. It's for a remounted ambulance. That's generally what we use that 50/50 match grant for. It's becoming more and more important. 5 years ago in 2021, a remounted ambulance was about $130,000, and you fast forward to now, and it's $220,000. So that 50% match is incredibly beneficial to EMS in the county. Next Wednesday, I defend that grant with the region, and then in April with the state. So we've been successful in the past. I'm optimistic that we'll be successful this time as well. 3 full-time ambulances. So because of the ballot 1A initiative that went through, thankfully, we were able to add 3 FTEs. Those 3 people have been hired. They've gone through a 2-week training academy, and now they're on the ambulances. So they'll, on average, spend about 3 months on the ambulances before they're completely cleared and independent. So just because they're on the ambulances now doesn't mean that we have 3 full-time ambulances yet. We're looking April, May, probably at the latest before they're completely cleared. But every day we're getting a little bit closer. They're wonderful clinicians, awesome humans, and they're going to do great. So we're close. The ultimate goal is, if y'all remember, in 2024, we requested Gilpin alone 104 times to stand by for us. I'm hoping to get that number to be under 40. And specifically, I want to request them less than they request us. That would be a first. Our next goal is CAS accreditation, at least progress in this department. CAS, CAAS, stands for Commission on Accreditation of Ambulance Services. It's the highest standards for organizational performance and clinical quality. So they come in and audit EMS organizations from top to bottom. And and either approve or deny accreditation. It does cost money. I've been looking at this accreditation process and working towards it for the last several years. There's more work to do, and it's not a necessity. You don't have to have this accreditation, which is why with the financial situation that we've been in, I haven't really brought it to the board. I've spoken to Colton about it and our previous county manager. There will be a time in the future though where I feel like it's something that I can lobby for. And it's just nice to know that I think that we perform at a high level. High performing EMS agencies have this accreditation, and it's essentially validation that they're doing everything right. And so I would love to have that for our agency as well.
How much will it cost?
For an agency our size, about $15,000.
Does that open it up to more grants?
Potentially, I don't know what those are, but I have been told, and they do advertise that you're potentially open to more grants.
Do we think that's one time? Do they do that every year, reaccredit?
Every 4 years, the reaccreditation process happens.
That is, okay.
EMS's fourth goal is getting closer to becoming a heart-safe community. The entire goal of being a heart-safe community is improving cardiac arrest awareness and survival. We've presented our numbers in regards to cardiac arrest multiple times in the past. Our numbers are high. We focus on it. The best way for us to improve those numbers moving forward is for everybody in the community to help. Right? What happens prior to EMS's arrival on scene matters a lot. And if everybody in the community knows what to do when this happens, then our numbers can be better. One of the biggest obstacles with becoming a heart-safe designated community is having 15% of your community CPR certified. So that's about 1,500 people, and that's a big lift. And so we have some ideas for that, including recruiting people from municipalities to help us kind of run campaigns to help get people in and CPR certified.
So wait a minute, 15% of the whole population, including little kids and elderly people?
15% of your service area. Yeah.
Wow.
So our service area cuts off some of the Floyd or some of the evergreen portion that is in Clear Creek County, but it actually doesn't matter for this designation. We're still our entire county.
Wow.
So we've been working on that. And we've made some incredible progress. Megan has helped us with that. But the big lift is 1,500 people. That's a lot of people to get to.
Yeah.
We're working on it.
Okay.
Going to get closer this year. And then chat. So the first goal is staffing stability. So we just hired we have 4 FTEs in the chat department, 3 behavioral health clinicians and 1 community paramedic. So we just hired a 3rd co-responder clinician. And then our community paramedic moved from the chat team to the 911 response side to EMS. So that position is open right now. So we're working on staffing stability. And we have been actively interviewing for the community paramedic position. And we hope to make an offer soon. Another big one is quantifying the community integrated healthcare services relief on EMS. In 2024, EMS responded to 1,968 calls. In 2025, we responded to 1,926. Yeah, 1968 and then 1926. That's the first time that we've had a decrease in call volume as far back as I can go, collecting accurate data, with the exception of COVID 2020. So the chat team, and specifically the community paramedic, the CIHCS side, has something to do with that. But how do we quantify that? So the community paramedic responded to over 400 calls last year. How do I prove to you that if the community paramedic didn't respond to 400 people, X amount of them would have called 911? That's a difficult formula to come up with. Because how do I prove that? And we haven't found a way to do that. And that's what we're hoping to get close to in 2026. That's a difficult one. So we're working on that and trying to figure out what other agencies are doing. Nobody has a perfect formula for it.
Ideally, you could prove it to somebody less biased than me. I might just buy it. You know, I might just.
Well, it'll ultimately be a little bit of a guess. It will be. It's not going to be black and white, but we're going to figure out how to do that because that team did have, they have something to do with that relief on EMS. And yeah, we have to figure out how to prove it.
Well, and once you do get those numbers that you can prove, I would think that would improve grants for chat, community support for it.
Potentially. Yeah. I mean, we know the necessity is there. They responded to almost 1,000 calls last year, the chat team alone. Wild, right? That's a lot of calls for that team. So we know the necessity is there, but dialing in exactly how necessary that team is and where those necessities lie is important. Which actually brings us to the last one, which is we have like one good solid year of chat data. And just broadly, 972 responses last year. 321 of those were community alternate response. 401 were community paramedicine. 139 were co-response, and then 111 referrals. So 972, almost 1,000. And so, you know, one year of data is good. It's a starting point, but now we'll use the data that we're collecting from that team this year to show us trends and kind of develop exactly what the needs of the community are from that team. Is it more people? Is it more hours? We'll use the data from this year to figure out what that is and present that to the board. We anecdotally think we know what that is. We know that we think it's at least one more community paramedic, but we'll back that up with data when we present it to you guys.
Thank you. Any questions?
Some comments.
You know, and just I mean, there's some background data that's supporting the community paramedic effectiveness because our total visitation number has never been higher, but our calls went down.
What does
Something
visitation mean?
like the total number of people in and out of this county,
Oh, okay.
the total number between visitors, traffic,
got it.
everything has never been higher than last year.
Mhm.
And their call volume still went down. So we
Hmm.
think I think there is something happening here, and we're hoping that we can tell that story more clearly with the effectiveness of that program.
Mm-hmm.
At least getting our resident calls down to offset our increased
Mhm.
non-resident calls. So.
Thank you.
We're way too far into the weeds. A lot of graduate students in Colorado that are looking for projects. Right? Like, and there's an ability to make proposals to these institutions about here's a great grad student project, et cetera. Offline, happy to sort of plug you into that world.
Okay, great.
Seems like a very academic thing you're exploring. Let's see here. I think you answered most of my questions. Do we think that relief on EMS is the only agency? Do we think there may be relief to other services that CChat is providing? Right? Maybe those are just like different analytical problems and you have to take them one at a time, but like, are we able to say on the co-responder side, can we quantify the impact on law enforcement? On our municipal partners, on?
So yes, absolutely. But to get into detail with that conversation, Elizabeth should probably be the one answering those questions. Yeah,
Remind me who Elizabeth is?
she's the chat director.
Thank you.
So that's like the passive request, just to broaden the aperture a little bit, and think about quantifying the impact of the co-response program. We get a lot of questions about the co-responder program, and the more we can do to show how much which I believe it is, saving money and reducing risk and liability for particularly our law enforcement partners. Would love to just be able to speak to that better than I can today. Right now, I can just say, I'm pretty sure this is happening.
I do want to say, I'm sorry to interrupt. Elizabeth sends me a quarterly report each quarter and it is on the chat's webpage. So that's got a ton of data on it. So if people are interested in seeing that, that is on the webpage as well. So that's got some really good information.
I'm sorry, on the
On the chat, yeah,
web
which is
page,
under
not-
EMS on the
And
webpage.
If somebody went to the government site
Mhm.
and went to MS,
Yep, if they just want to Google Clear Creek EMS chat, it'll pop up and it's on that page. Yep. I think it might be, or even chat by the numbers. There's a lot of good information there.
And then Jody, I've got a couple more things, but.
I'm good.
Okay. Some suggestions. First, I think after the tax increase, kind of level setting on the long range health of the fund would be helpful for me. And I don't know if that's like a big project or a small project, but I would like to understand better kind of the long range health of the EMS fund and any, the needs that it has moving forward.
Yeah.
I don't know if it needs to be a goal to get that information, but colleagues, would you like that? Appreciate a check-in on that too?
I want to know that the 1A we passed is being very helpful and will be helpful for a while. So we can focus on other areas that have needs, but
It is helpful. It's absolutely helpful. I mean, it was almost $500,000 in revenue, which is wonderful.
and that's annually.
Annually, yes. With the addition of those 3 FTEs, which have been needed since at least 2021, it still puts our annual deficit at about $189,000. And then on top of that, Chad is still fully grant funded.
So I don't know if that's a big enough project that would make the goal list, but I think it's colleagues, if you agree, I think there's a need to be able to understand at a glance what's going on with the long range health of your fund.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, I think I would love to challenge your team to increase your coordination with the fire department. Exploring shared resources, all the way from sort of joint training to a full merger, and every alternative in between. Like I would love to see on the goal list, seek savings through increased coordination with the fire authority or something like that. And colleagues, I don't know if you agree with me, but I don't think I get to issue direction as one commissioner, which is why I keep referring back to you too.
If it makes both entities more efficient, I'm all for it. But EMS has been doing so well, I wouldn't want you to lose anything by, taking on more coordination responsibilities or something. So.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that's definitely a conversation worth having. And there are definitely some financial savings if there was some kind of potential consolidation, depending on how that happens. I think there are ways that we can do that where EMS doesn't lose our efficiency. I won't speak to the fire side because that's not my department. But in terms of just like day-to-day coordination, when I drove up here, I passed both the fire department and all the crews, all the EMS crews were training together today. They train together
good.
every single shift.
Mhm.
A minimum of 3 trainings together per week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the coordination, the training together is happening every single week.
Yeah, and I think, broadly speaking, the ask is just to continue to lean into that process. I know that, like, I serve on the fire authority board, you know that. They don't have an annual goal setting process, but the fire authority board and the fire chief are also interested in continuing to explore leading into like a shared resources model. So I think it would be nice for us to reciprocate in terms of this is also a goal that we have. And that's all for me.
Yep, without undermining all your accomplishments.
Thank you.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, looking at human resources.
Please shake myself out for a minute because my central nervous system doesn't know the difference between presenting my goals to the board and being chased by a lion. I'm so sorry. I yelled really loud. I just want to start by saying that I'm very grateful for this time and for this intentional strategic approach to goal setting. I've been here 3.5 years. This is the first time we've done something like this that feels really aligned, right? I just want to speak to my feelings that 1 month and 1 weekend to this, I already feel so much better about what we are going to accomplish in HR 2026 after meeting with Colton already monthly, refining these, narrowing them down, getting realistic. I feel like so much of what we do here, because we're under-resourced, is like putting out fires every single day. We're constantly moving from one thing to another. And I know I struggle with stopping to actually celebrate what we accomplish and even like know what we accomplish. And so 1 month and 1 weekend, I'm already like, oh my gosh, we're accomplishing things. And now I get to share it with you and see if you agree and align with what we're working on. And it feels so validating and so important for all of us to be able to sit here and spend this time doing this. So thank you to you for giving us this space and this time. Thank you to Colton for making this
For making this happen.
happen. Because it may seem simple and everyone's just like, yeah, we're doing goals, but how it feels, how it resonates with me as a person doing a job here and wanting to know, is this valuable? Does it mean anything? Am I actually accomplishing things? It really matters. So thank you for that. So first goal for HR, policy revisions, new policies and policy revisions. So I've outlined here what the most important ones for 2026 are. I know our handbook is from 2016. It's extremely outdated. It's one of those things that haunts me every time we give it to a new hire. I'm like, oh, this is embarrassing. But we're doing the best we can. These are the ones that we are prioritizing for 2026. The reason why it's important is because people have to know what's expected. We have to know how we're going to be compliant. We have to be consistent across the board. People really feel better when they have structure. That's why this is so important to me, because I need the structure of what am I working on and why is it important? Same thing with policies. What am I doing? Why am I doing it? Why do I need to be doing it as an organization and as individuals? So specific policies you're going to see next week. We've got the star performer, which we've talked about, has been something we've been doing for a while, but the board has never seen it or approved it. So that will change our compensation guidelines. And then we're also bringing you a safety policy. And for the rest of the year, we're going to be working on rolling out the rest of these, because these are areas in our organization where we need immediate improvement. The second goal is finalizing the Paylocity conversion. This is something that, as you know, we've been working on for almost a year now. And I would like to say it is through no fault of our own in HR that it is taking this long. It's been a very difficult implementation process where we've had to fire several of our implementation consultants and get reassigned, which means starting over. And that's Paylocity's model and that's their issue. But we know that the product is good and that once we get in there and we get all these other softwares connected, we will have created so many efficiencies within HR. Right now, we are like buried in the minutia of busy work. And it doesn't allow us the time and space to be a really powerful strategic HR department within the organization. So getting Paylocity rolled out, aligning all of these systems, figuring out where our efficiencies are, and then I'm going to spend some time reassigning where certain tasks within HR are going to lie, as far as the people that we have now having taken payroll on. Because we all want to operate within our zones of genius, within our thrive zones. And we haven't been able to really take time to do that because we're all just doing so much minutia.
So we're currently still in Springbrook?
Yes. And that's part of the issue with Paylocity is Springbrook is such an antiquated system that very few organizations use, that Paylocity doesn't have anyone within their organization that knows how to get information out of Springbrook. So that's why we keep having errors. We can't get payroll to align because they can't get the information out of Springbrook into Paylocity. It's like literally line by line data entry. So it's been a lot of work, which is why it's taking this long. But I think within a month, we'll be able to roll out Paylocity and then start connecting all the other systems. So we're still months away from earning the efficiency from this work, but that's our 2026 goal.
So in March of 2026, Paylocity will be online?
I hope so. Yes. This is the 6th time we've pushed out implementation or the rollout. It was supposed to be originally August of 2025. So, yeah, it's been time consuming. I'm looking forward to having this time back because we spend probably 3 to 4 hours a week meeting with Paylocity, trying to figure out how to correct all of these issues and get everything set up correctly. So
When you were sent that stuff last year, will that be redone or I think every employee?
yeah, the access, no, everyone's access is still,
It'll still be-
set it up originally. It's still good. We're going to do another push when we get a little bit closer and we're going to actually start assigning trainings. So everyone will have to log in and set up their account and then start going through the
Okay.
training so they know how to use the system. We're a couple weeks away from that.
Okay.
Third goal is updating performance management processes and providing training. So one of the examples of being buried in minutia and seeing things and not being able to strategically like address it is I'm reviewing every single performance appraisal that's completed within our organization. And every time I look at one, I'm like, oh gosh, I need to do training. I need to do training. This is just, we rolled it out about 1.5 to 2 years ago. And we did training on the system, but we didn't do training on the process. We didn't do training on the policy. We didn't do training on kind of level setting what our organization's goal is with this. So that's something in 2026 I really want to get my hands around and roll out to the organization.
I appreciate that. And this is brand new, right? Like it wasn't that long ago that a county manager asked me a question about progressive discipline that I think is reasonable to expect like a supervisor to understand.
Yes,
So like
yes.
this is building blocks here,
And
right?
yeah, 3.5 years ago, I got here and going through employee files, we started, electronically saving them so that everything wasn't paper. And I was like, there's no performance stuff in these files. Like why usually in an organization our size, you'd come across some performance related things in files and there wasn't. And I was just like, whoa, this is a huge learning curve for our organization and has the potential to have a significant impact on the outcome of kind of repairing a lot of the damage that's happened over the years by not being intentional about performance management, communication, and transparency with staff. Okay, so the safety policy safety committee, as you know, last year we formed the safety committee. We owe it to our employees to intentionally create an environment where they have the expectation that they are not going to get injured, harmed, or killed at work. By negligence, by whatever, Granted, 50% of our organization, maybe a little bit more, I don't know, Colton can probably speak to the statistics, aren't in high risk roles, but half of them are. They are in roles that they're in direct harm's way almost every day. And we've never had a safety policy and we've never had a safety program. We've never had anything that really, and we've had security, which is different, right? Security is building security. Like how do we secure our area? Safety is entirely different. So forming the safety committee is because we owe that to our staff to be intentional about that. But it's also because when we moved from CTSI to Pinnacle, one of the things that Pinnacle offers is cost containment discount. And in order to qualify, which is really smart because they're incentivizing you to actually do it for real in your organization and not just put a pretty sticker up that we're safety conscious. So there's all these gates we have to pass through, and the safety committee is moving us through those gates. And one of the things is having a policy, having all staff, acknowledge it, and then doing trainings, regular safety trainings with all staff. So it's making us actually intentionally apply safety to all areas of the organization, not just the high risk areas of the organization. So we're going to continue to roll that out, have our quarterly safety committee meetings, and then that policy, of course, is coming before you next week. Next goal is the employee recognition events and programs. So this is something we've been doing for about a year and a half. It's been, in my opinion, wildly successful. We've had excellent participation, not only peer-to-peer, supervisor to employee, and also even now recently, because we put them on our emails externally. People in the community are submitting recognition for people they encounter when they're coming to the county. So we have this intentional goal to continue to prioritize that because it's something that we had, but we stopped sending things out and letting people know what was being received, and like, it's pointless then. So we're going to have 2 events a year where we really focus on what recognitions were received, send them out, and continue to offer the PTO day drawings for people that participate.
Quick comment for me on that one. I would like to have the board be a little bit more engaged in the employee recognition process. Happy to hear all this positive feedback is coming in. Definitely contributes to my well-being when I see that information. So, I mean, in the very least, some sharing of that information with the board, but
Okay.
I think some thought into a board role and employee recognition.
So we send out quarterly, at the end of the quarter, everything that was submitted from that previous quarter in like a PDF document, and it's just at one page per submission. So we can just include you on that email.
I think that's a great start. Yeah.
Okay. And
Or
Yeah.
if you have do you have a recognition ceremony or?
so we have the annual holiday New Year
Right.
kickoff, and then we're going to do a summer event. So at those 2 events, we do the drawings, but we don't read out all the recognition because there's so many.
Okay.
And so we send them out so that everyone can read through and see. But when we get into Paylocity system is much more transparent in that anytime you can log in and see our community page and you can see who's been recognized for what. The only problem with moving to the community page for employee recognition is we won't be able to include the public anymore because
Right.
only people that have a login to Paylocity will be able to participate in the program and see who's being recognized. So. Okay. Benefits and wellness awareness campaign. So the reason why this is a goal for HR this year is because I've had a lot of feedback from staff over the years, over my career, not just specifically here, about the lack of understanding of our medical plan, what it means, how to use it. And when it comes to you actually utilizing it and having claims, and then you're getting bills in the mail and you don't understand what it's for and how it happened and how does your deductible work and your coinsurance, it's a lack of education. It's a lack of understanding. I mean, I read something recently that said 95% of people spend more time learning how to use their TV, their smartphone, than they do trying to understand their healthcare and being good stewards of their own healthcare. And I mean, I do this for a living and I still am like, this is overwhelming and confusing. I have to call our benefits broker and ask questions all the time still. So I can imagine how difficult it is for the average staff member to feel like they even grasp the basic concepts of their medical insurance. And when you don't know, when you don't have the education and the information, most people assume it's not good, right? Because it doesn't feel good when you go to the doctor and you get bills and you're just like, this insurance sucks. Our insurance doesn't suck. It just, we don't really do a good job of educating people how to be good stewards of their healthcare. So one of our goals is to do quarterly kind of educational lunch and learns to help people understand or fill the gap between what you have available and how to best utilize it, how to understand it so that you can reduce your own costs. We are a self-funded agency. So that means when we have claims, it's a direct cost to us until we reach our stop loss. So people being better stewards of their healthcare also results in lower claim costs for us because they're understanding how to utilize it. So that's the reason for that goal. Last one is onboarding and cross training. So I already mentioned the intention of once we get into Paylocity, kind of redesigning who's doing what inside of the HR team, simply because we have such a great team of diverse strengths that I'd like to move tasks where they're going to thrive. And that requires all of us to cross-train and really understand who's the subject matter expert on this thing and then who's backing them up. But also onboarding. That's something that when we moved to 32 hours, that was one of the things we had to cut because it was a nice to have. It wasn't a need to have. Creating a really good onboarding experience for new hires is nice. It's not when you're looking at budget and hours and it was like, that's gotta get put on the back burner. But I think with the efficiencies we'll create with Paylocity, we'll be able to revisit that and actually start being more intentional about our onboarding process and how we're engaging the rest of the organization, and how we formalize it, right? Alexis gave us some great feedback, a couple of leadership team meetings ago about her experience onboarding and just, we're still a little disorganized when it comes to how we bring someone into the organization and give access to organizational information to them. So,
And updating the handbook
yeah,
is huge because that's like the one time when people actually read it. is
Yeah.
when they first start.
yeah. So being more intentional about that, giving a better experience to new hires is the reason why we have that on our 2026 goals. So that's it.
Thank you.
Jody?
I don't think so.
George
Um,
does, I'm sure.
Yeah, sorry, this is my last shot here. I'm just gonna, okay, so I learned a lot from being able to see the results of the alt staff survey that was conducted last year. Do you plan to conduct one this year?
That isn't something, I mean, we're doing the survey for the psychological safety workshop, but that's it. We haven't talked about doing any other surveys this year.
I
What would you like it to be centered around if we did do one?
just satisfaction, well-being. If it was similar to the questions we asked last year, we can start to like track data. I'm not trying to tell you that is more important than anything on your list. But I think as an organization, we learned a lot when we surveyed all of our employees and had open-ended questions and all that stuff. Like one of the things I learned is that some people in this organization thought we were cutting the budget to give the county manager raises. Right? I learned that we needed to communicate better inside the organization because actually those raises never happened. So that's one thing. You mentioned psychological safety. How does that work fit into your goals? Can you explain to me why that doesn't appear here? Because I know you're enthusiastic about it and I know you plan on putting a fair amount of effort into it. So how does psychological safety fit into the goals of the organization from your perspective?
So, as with anything here, if it isn't something that is designated in someone's job description, it's really hard to find a place for it to live and for it to like be executed. The psychological safety was born out of your retreat and the conversations we had shortly after that transition that happened right before the retreat. So I took the reins because I am passionate about it, because it is something that impacts the culture. It impacts how people feel working here. It impacts how we all evolve and help heal and repair the soul of this organization. And so I don't see that as my goal. I see that as your goal that I'm helping you with. And if I'm misunderstanding that, please tell me. But that's kind of how I've been handling this. This was something you all directed me to do or the organization to do. And I was the staff member that was like, I'll do it.
Okay. I know other members of the leadership team are also very enthusiastic about it.
Yes.
Colleagues, I'm just like placeholder for that because I think we need to figure out where psychological safety lives. If we really want to, I think it needs to be somewhere here if we really want to make the progress we aspire to in terms of our organizational culture.
So I was under the impression that, yes, we've got somebody set up and they're going to work with us, but correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was since we had a staff change that people feel a lot better about working here? Or are people still a little concerned about leadership?
I think that this is twofold. One is we're going to have a survey that's going to give you data, right? I can't answer. I can't be the voice for everyone leadership team. I certainly am not going to try to answer that question for everyone. I can tell you my experience, which I shared today. I feel like we are definitely moving in the right direction. This feels different than anything I've experienced in 3.5 years, and I'm very grateful for that. But everyone has to tell their own story. But the second part of that is this is something that just because there's a perception that things are getting better doesn't mean that we don't have intentional work still to do to make sure that that sticks. Because I've told Colton multiple times, this runway that he's on right now is very short, of being able to kind of get the energy of change and people are excited about change and actually make that stick to where this is something people count on and rely on and feel like this is the new normal. Whereas we still have injury, we still have wounds, we still have things that we're underlying in our mind, telling stories. I mean, the reason I'm nervous to present to, which this is not like a big formal thing where I'm getting up in front of thousands of people, but my central nervous system doesn't know that because I have in my mind things that have happened in the past that I'm still worried about that you might be thinking about me because of things I knew were said. And like, that's damage, you know what I mean? That's something that needs repair. And so even though I feel better now in this moment, I'm still working through somatically, whether that's true or not. And so we still have work to do. We can't just say, well, everyone feels better, so let's just not prioritize that because everything is built on that. Because if we don't get this part right, we will start to disassemble and go back to what we know, which is an organization of low accountability and low trust. And that is not me saying that, that is the results of the information that's been gathered through surveys and through information that has been shared with you.
I would hope too that when you redo, like the policies and things like that, that's something that's more, this is exactly how it should go, not people's opinions, not, erasing you being able to come to us with an issue or, if you have a problem with the management here, then you feel safe enough to come to us. I think that's where there was a breakdown before.
Yep.
And that's where Rebecca and I have made that very clear that we are open and we want to work every,
Yeah, I mean, the former
director.
county manager basically told us hands off to any leadership team.
Yeah.
Everything had to come through him.
Mhm.
And I didn't question that at first. I thought that was a little odd. That's never been the way I've operated in corporate America, but it's much easier to talk to people now.
Yeah.
So,
And there needs to be kind of like a two-way of, if they come to you and that's not going anywhere, not saying anything against you, but then there's a backup plan that they can go to somebody else.
Absolutely.
And same with you,
Mhm.
you're not getting where you want, then you come to
Mhm.
the backup
Right.
plan. So.
And I just want to remind you that one of the other initiatives that came out of the retreat last year was the communications protocol. And that is something that was your request. I drafted it and gave it to you so that if you want to, push that out to the organization, it's written, it just needs your approval and review. And then we can actually start to solidify what those channels look like so that people understand and it's documented and they can refer to it. What do I do in this case where I'm having an issue with my supervisor and there's nowhere else to go?
Yeah, everybody should be safe at work.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I appreciate, this could be described as a honeymoon phase, right?
Yes,
We're
exactly.
getting to know each other.
that's a
We're
nice
all-
long
we're all sort of
honeymoon.
trying to pretend well here, but relationships get harder, not easier over time.
Yes,
And we're trying to figure out how to go from an organization that basically did not do conflict,
right.
right? We had enough money that when there was conflict, we just said, well, you each get what you need and you don't have to interact with each other anymore, to an organization that did conflict in a pretty toxic way, to an organization that can do conflict in a productive way. That is not an easy transition. So I'll leave it at that. I think that's everything. So that's a great answer as to why it's not on your goals list. And I completely agree. You can't do it alone. And I don't think I have anything else, but I'm struggling with my software. I need to be able to skip just one tab. Yes, so just to land the plane, will we see the distribution of a survey show up on your goal list based on this conversation, or do we need to find that somewhere else?
No, if that is feedback, I'm happy to add it.
Colleagues?
My only concern is we still have on the back burner, we were going to do the Mountain States Employment Council survey 360s of our lawyer and our county manager. I had all the questions, and then we put that on the back burner. So is that, do people still feel like there's a need for that, or?
We do.
Okay, all right. So I should move forward with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that can be a goal on y'all's list too.
Yeah, no, they're all engaged to do it. We just put a hold on it, so, thank you.
That's similar to other things. You might support us in that, but that's not gonna be on your goal list. That's.
Right.
Right, got it. Thank you.
But that's also 2 more surveys in addition to the one we just talked about. And staff will have to be prepared for.
Well, I mean, the 360 would be very limited, probably just.
Oh, just
to be, yeah, so it would be less burdensome, I think. We don't want to do survey fatigue.
Right,
But
like our constituents had for a while there.
done one since last year, so I think it's perfectly acceptable goal to implement one this year.
Thank you.
And I don't mean to over specify. If the do in psychological safety, like meets the need, great.
Okay. We'll see what that one looks like and decide after if we want another one.
And another like 360?
No, another survey to all staff.
Okay, all right.
Not entirely sure that psychological safety goes out to all staff. I think it's just the participating people, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
So we'll find out.
All right, thank you very much, Caroline.
Thank you, Carol.
Next up is finance. Thank you.
So I agree with Caroline. I think this is a great opportunity. I appreciate Colton making it clear, more concise. What's that?
That's the Lions Clause.
Lions?
Lions, you're the lion.
Oh, I know, feeling that. I'm not feeling the attack concern, no. But my alignment with Caroline is around the opportunity to have the conversation with you all. I also appreciate the very clear direction of just get to the tasks, get to the detail, get to things that we can accomplish in a year. And within finance, we had 6 organizational transitions last year. That has a lot to do with what is kind of our overarching goal, which is to stabilize our operation and make sure that the team is aligning their understanding of day-to-day operations and that we're documenting what those processes and what those activities actually are. So the big picture for us is really around stabilizing the operation and making sure that we do work that the future will appreciate, and that's to document what we're doing so that it makes sense to the next person who steps in, if in fact it ever happens, which I am positive all the right people are on the bus and we're in the roles that we need to be doing to stabilize. So the 2 key buckets for us this year are budget and training, and balancing our budget and training our team, making sure that we receive all the funds that we have budgeted for grants that need to be applied for or that we have received notice of awards on. Also seeking new and additional grants above and beyond what was in the 2026 budget. We also have a challenge, which is to come to this place of a definable and defendable revenue projection method so that we can take what is the rubric of really proactive revenue versus passive revenue, and really come back to you all with an understanding of how we're viewing how revenues can be projected in a realistic way, and some of the indicators that affect revenue projections. Those indicators need better definition, and already started working with Colton on one set, and that was around lodging. So we're starting to define out more of the realities of indicators and how projections play out in setting those revenue projections. So we're starting that work. We want to complete the application to the Public Utilities Commission for an increase in the E911 surcharge. And that surcharge is the surcharge that's applied to anyone who is using their mobile telephone. The Public Utilities Commission manages the utility itself and sets the amount that we can charge per user. We are lower than our neighbors, and we have an opportunity. November 1 is the next application deadline, and Dave Straley and Aaron have already volunteered to be part of helping construct that application. The application itself is quite arduous, so it'll take some time to put together. We'll come back to the board summer-ish, or just so that we can hit the November deadline. The Utilities Commission staff are really terrific to work with at Department of Regulatory Affairs, and they want to have a draft review of the application as well, so they can help us be successful through the process. So that's an excellent addition for that planning process. So that any increase in the E911 surcharge goes into a specific fund that's separate from the general fund. But as we've observed last year and this year, when we can move costs from the general fund or from the ambulance fund into the emergency telephone fund, like the JeffCom contract, it has a significant relief on those two funds. So that's the intention, is to continue the relief on those two primary funds, general and ambulance fund. On the capital assets in the general ledger, I view capital assets as a holistic process of viewing our assets, not only for the accounting and the general ledger, but also the investment we make in maintaining our facilities. So the capital improvement program, grants acquisition, limits on when we can dispose of property that's purchased with a grant. Those all are a holistic view that hasn't really been connected. And this year, the finance team overall has taken on the capital insurance claims to not only ensure that when there is an incident, we're capturing the return on our insurance claim funds, but also that we're managing that as part of our accounting ledger. We're also expanding this year the leasing opportunities of the county so that we don't have the large one-time upfront costs, that we're spending that time over several years to distribute those expenses over time. That has resulted in a larger expansion into our general ledger. We have our team now is expanding that ledger work into a separate asset, so we can show that liability in a clearer way. We also expanded the grants management within our accounting as well. We have a significant amount of funds that come from intergovernmental revenue, and they were really pooled into local contributions, for example, or state grants. Really hard to really line out when revenue was coming in, which activities were aligned. So Erica has spent a great deal of time with our team in accounting to line out, and with our staff lining out what we're expecting and what those burdens are.
I just had a question on that. So before we had Erica, we kind of like were chilling on the grants a little bit because we didn't have the capacity to do them and know what the requirements are. Have we noticed that we're applying for more, or how is that going?
Sure. So the grant policy we have in place assigns first dib to grants, being those things that are unfunded through the budget. So for example, the Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund has their open grants currently. We went back to the list of projects that we have for capital that weren't funded in 2026. The unfortunate thing is that grant program is a 50-50 match. So we don't have budgeted dollars set aside for that. So the sale of buildings really becomes important because that capital asset pool, those capital needs that we had in 26 were really going to be reflected on during a sale of property. So there's an interchange. We're still applying for grants. Has there been an uptick in grant applications? We've been really trying to narrow in on applying for things that support the operations and don't expand the goals of the team. So being able to hear what everyone's goals are for the year is really important so that we're not spending time applying for a grant that actually doesn't align with the priorities of the team. Making sure that the grants that we are applying for meet that expectation of, were they things that we couldn't fund in the budget? So is there an uptick? No. I wouldn't say that there's an uptick so much as we're following the same grant applications that we typically provide and apply for. And then we're expanding and pushing on staff to think about those additional grants that could help fund those unfunded capital investments.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't reiterate that enough. We have really done a good job of like cutting down on the side quests, right? Like we don't have a lot of resources and making sure that everything we're doing aligns with the goal that we set out initially, unless there's been obviously a huge change from the board's policy or something that we really need to do. We really need to get our own house in order before we start going down these nice to have roads. And I think in the past, we haven't been as disciplined on that stuff.
The other part of that is making sure Erica is clued in early to help the team when they're having conversations around grants with potential partners. We have a lot of partnership opportunities with our grants. Getting her plugged into the process and helping her really shop those ideas with the staff in the funding office to see if it's even a good opportunity for us to apply for. So we've had grant opportunities that have come up and we've shopped them to the granting agencies and they've said, no, don't bring that one forward because it's too competitive right now. You're not going to be a good application. So we keep coming up with the new ideas that will align with what we're doing operationally so that we can continue to plug in. So I will continue to push staff to fill out the form that gets them into the process, gets them into the database. Erica has done a yeoman's job of pulling all of the information that was really scattered across the county around our applications and information and contracts and contributions and aligning it into a database that's in the SharePoint, which everyone can view. They can find the status of their applications. They can see any of the previous reports that just didn't exist previously. So really ecstatic with how far she's taking us. She's also implementing processes like I said, we're really focusing on that stabilizing and foundational work this year so that it can be repeated and defended on a routine basis. She's doing an excellent job of getting us ready for the single audit work that needs to come next as part of the 2025 year. Those are all really great efforts that she's undertaken as well.
Is there opportunity across the organization to centralize finance activities? Like I know we do in the jail, we do commissary management. In EMS, we've got an FTE dedicated to billing. I imagine there are other kind of finance adjacent functions around the organization. Is there a benefit to trying to figure out if there's efficiency gains from centralizing those in your office?
It's a great question. There was a lot of work on that before I got here. And before I got here, the fiduciary account segregation of our duties with Treasury was really important with relationship to the commissary. So maintaining that separation of duties within finance and keeping the fiduciary responsibility, which is the treasurer's, in her hands was really important. So not on that commissary piece, not on the fiduciary pieces, no. As it relates to utility billing, not utility billing, excuse me, to health billing within the ambulance fund, I would not want to they've got an excellent process right now, and we're still in our stabilizing mode right now. I would not want to interrupt their processes with our stabilization activities right now. If I were to look at something like that, I would look at it in out years. I also understand that they have processes where they're constantly interacting with insurance providers. Those aren't methods that we as a function are part of within finance. So I would really want to take a hard look at that after we've stabilized our functioning within finance, and then look at that in future years. For now, I would not recommend that we do that, no.
Are there other areas of the organization where what a layperson like me might think of as finance department related activities exist?
I think there's always this idea that directors and departments could have either their own representation and management of their dollar, or the finance department manages their dollar. And I think that control over the budget has been utilized as that space for managing how spending happens and how directors are held accountable for their dollar. And I'm of the opinion that directors need to have the latitude to manage their operation. And if they are implementing methods to evaluate their spending, should that be a function of the finance department? I will always, as your budget officer, evaluate how spending is going within departments, and I'll work with departments, but I want the leadership to have that role over their own budget. And I want a collaborative conversation and a collaborative work environment, just to underscore what Colton shared. The idea of stovepiping becomes really difficult. And if we don't, when you have low resources. So we have low resources and we have to share workload. We have to collaborate. We have to trust each other that we're being proactive in our actions and as directors in evaluating what we're doing. So no, I'm not convinced that directors need more evaluation of what they're doing on a financing piece.
I'm curious why you put in a 1% increase in revenue. We just came from the mayors and commissioners meeting where everyone's down. So I'm assuming you're going to run numbers with everything down too, right?
So revenue numbers, when I started in 2024, looking at your revenue projections, the projections were at 3 to 6%.
5%.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So and that was an aggregate. That was a pooling of all of the revenues.
Okay.
When you look at it, we've set it at 1%. So we pushed them way back down based on what we believe. So coming back to the indicators conversation, what indicates the type of revenue we receive, having a different projection. Property tax is always going to be the base of our revenue.
Okay.
Because it's the largest source of our revenue. Okay. Then you aggregate in all of the, you add in all of the other revenue sources and it pushes it down.
Okay.
So there's, in total, 1% is what we have projected, and we'll continue to evaluate that information every time. I don't mean to make you yawn. Sorry.
Yeah, I look at our numbers every month.
Okay.
Because I like to get paranoid early.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So like, but like the, it's difficult, right? Every fund, lodging tax behaves very differently than sales tax, which behaves very differently than property tax, right? So I look at each one individually and we just collaborate on when we're seeing these trends. I'm like, is this a trend? Is it a blip? Is this a systemic problem? Is this a one-time cyclical thing? Like, there really isn't a flat methodology there. I am distrustful of flat methodologies for revenue projections. I generally think it needs to be adaptive to what's actually happening in the background. You need to have a really,
Okay,
so,
good. So
yeah,
you guys are working together.
right. I think 1% this year is very reasonable right now until we see something different. Because yes, Georgetown is down a lot, but Idaho Springs is still up.
And Argo hasn't opened yet.
Argo hasn't opened yet, and maybe we'll have a really killer summer, even though we had a really bad spring. So we just got to see where things fall. Maybe next week, if we get a lot of snow, maybe we can save the winter. We don't know. So we just need to
Thank you. No, that's all I needed to know. So thank you.
Yeah, there's externalities that we just can't even control.
One other comment for me on this goal, which is when you put the phrase balanced budget, is your goal to bring us a balanced budget for the 2027 budget?
You always get a balanced budget,
I,
but I'm not gonna go into.
I
the
want to try to step
spin one again.
aside, I want to sidestep the semantics,
Okay,
right? Like well, actually, no, let's just lean into this. Do you mean balanced budget, including fund balance transfers? Like, what do you mean when you say balanced?
I did not use the word structural in there, which is usually the place where you and I have the conversation around fund balance. And balanced budget, no matter what, the county has to pass a balanced budget. Balanced budget has been through the use of fund balance. So at this point, I have backed way off the structural balance and letting that reality live here in the county. Now, knowing that the county also had a huge reduction in its spending as a result of the modified work week and the staffing. So that ultimately didn't, and we're going to see at the end of 25, and it will tell us more. And as you know, I don't come out with how things actually played out in 25 until after we complete an audit. So my challenge is always to give you a balanced budget. You always have a balanced budget that comes before you. Mine has backed off on the structural balance, which is revenues equal expenses.
I think one way to think about this too is that, yeah, we statutorily are required to pass a balanced budget. These are goals towards the eventual structural balanced budget. The things finance can do to help us get there at some point, not necessarily next year. Right.
Okay. I want to strongly encourage a different phrase there because the semantics are difficult. I'm only one vote for a budget, but I'm not a vote this year to reduce expenditures so dramatically that we're not spending into fund balance. And I don't think we can say what I just said in a way that's can be comprehended here. I think we just need to get off of this phrase. If it's control expenditures or increase revenues or both, right? Like I can live with it. But saying a balanced budget to me means if a layperson gets this document and reads it, it means everybody in the community is expecting that we will not spend into fund balance in 2027. And I that's not my plan.
Oh, okay.
So thank you.
All right.
Colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to planning.
Yeah. Can we take a break?
Sure. I was gonna do a break at 1. You need a break now? Okay, well, we'll do a break after planning.
Okay.
No pressure on you, Gary.
Don't ask me too many questions.
No can do.
I'm Garrett Callister, Planning Manager. Just want to also give a shout out to Erica. I've been working with her on some grant stuff and she's been awesome and really helpful for planning. So wanted to put that on the record. So a few of our goals, I'll just start going through them. So there's a couple of state mandated elements that need to go into the master plan by the end of 2026. Plan for water and a plan for strategic growth. There could be more. We need to do a little bit more comprehensive review of what the state is requiring. But our hope is that we are hiring, we are doing final round interviews for a long range planner tomorrow. We have a couple of really great candidates. And so we're hoping that we will fill that position soon and we can get to work on this specific goal sooner than later. As part of this, I didn't put this in the goal, but it's worth just noting, we need to also probably start thinking about a more comprehensive update to the plan. Whether it's a rewrite of the master plan or just a significant update, I don't know what the scope looks like. But that's something that our long range planner, I think, needs to start looking at. And I think those discussions should start happening in 2026. we can start making a plan for that.
Are we sure my understanding of all these laws is that just the next time we do a master plan, that stuff has to be included. Am I
That-
misunderstanding the law?
That's a good question. I'm not clear. So I was in a meeting with, was it someone from DOLA recently about our Prop 123 funding. We got sort of sidetracked and we started talking about other stuff. And this individual told me that we need to get those elements in the plan by 2026. So that's what I was told. Again, we need to I have this on Kathy's radar. We need to figure out what the requirement is and we need to do it. So
And our master plan was in 2016 or 2017?
7.
Okay, so we're working on it this year for it to be completed by the end of the year.
well, we're just working on these two specific element updates
Okay,
to include. So I think state statute recommends every 5 years. I don't think it's a mandate. I think it's a strong recommendation. So obviously we're behind on that. We're going to be approaching 10 years pretty soon by the time we actually kind of figure out the scope of work and get this
Right.
process rolling. So
but that's on your back burner to.
yep, and that's a bigger project. These two are a lot more sort of targeted
Okay.
updates to specific portions of the plan. And then sort of in the same spirit, we have regulatory updates. We have round one, I'm calling sort of targeted, like we have to do these kind of now updates. And then round two will be sort of bigger, more comprehensive updates to our zoning code. So the targeted updates, good, you want to ask a question? Yep.
Yeah, sorry, it seems to me like what we need to do is understand all the legal requirements that we may not be meeting currently because of all the changes in statute and the decades of not doing anything with our zoning code.
Yes.
Might be, I would suggest that rephrase for the first goal, something along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot out there.
Yeah, it's in there. I think just remove provisions that conflict with state law. We can broaden that to say, just ensure that
Yeah.
our code complies with state law
Code.
in a number of different ways. Yeah. Yeah. And that, again, that's also something that I'm working on with Kathy. We're also tracking the current legislative session to just make sure that we don't miss anything there. So these are kind of more targeted changes. We have, just as an example, we have some definitions that are not legal definitions in our code right now. So we need to change those. We need to clean up to improve some administration of the code and processes, right? There's a lot of things in the code that are just redundant or they're in the wrong location. So just a simple movement of things will kind of help the code read easier for folks. So that's sort of our short-term plan, is to just update the code so it's a little bit more user-friendly for everyone and rectify some of those legal issues. And then we want to do a broader assessment of our just a comprehensive plan for comprehensively updating our zoning and subdivision. These are more fixes, sort of streamlining processes, reducing redundancy, consolidating zoning districts potentially. We've had multiple conversations where we have several different underlying zoning districts on public land, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. We can probably consolidate and have one public land zoning district that effectively does what we want it to do. So that's just one example. We've talked a lot about noticing provisions, right? Like trying to figure out what is the best way to keep the community noticed on site-specific projects, but also on even just sort of policy generally on long-range projects. Provide some administrative flexibility, clarify application submittal standards. Sometimes it's vague. We ask for something, but we don't know why we use it, or we don't have a criteria that's related to the application submittal standard. So anyway, that is again, sort of a bigger project. And I would like by the end of 2026 to have kind of a plan, a timeline, a plan, an understanding of the cost, scope of work, all that stuff. This next one is sort of a slower lift maybe, but I put it in here anyway, because I think I've had some conversations with Peter, I know this has been on his radar for a little bit, but moving towards a unified code. And so we have standalone TDR regulations, which is transfer of development rights. And we can just, I think we can integrate those into our zoning code, so that all of our sort of land use codes are in one place. Same goes for marijuana regulations. If that's possible, I'm not sure about what marijuana regulations, but I know we can do it with TDRs. So that's just a step towards kind of unifying our code generally. I think we also should probably take a close look at our 1041 regulations. I don't know the last time these were updated. We have, as part of our long-range planner recruitment, we are looking for people with experience in transportation planning. And so both of our candidates have that. And so I think it would be a great opportunity to use their skills and expertise in looking at our 1041 regulations.
Great.
While we're talking short-term fixes to the zoning code, if a data center wants to come into Clear Creek today, is our code adequate? Can we protect ourselves from a data center that wants to use half of the county's available water and all the rest of its electricity?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I mean, I think what we would probably do, just off the top of my head, is probably require a PD.
I think I just heard you say you're recommending a moratorium.
I don't know. A planned development district. I have no idea if any of our existing districts allow for a data center as a use. Like, I don't even know how would we define that, a data center?
We'd have to review it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a
No answers
manufacturing,
on
I don't even
the
know.
fly for this.
No answers.
Industrial, yeah, so maybe in our industrial districts, which we don't have a lot of land zone industrial. So I really don't know, like we could sort of effectively have a moratorium in place, just the way that the zoning code is constructed. We also might not, like, the PD process allows for kind of anything, right? So.
Sounds like that might be worth looking into.
No, we, just so that you're aware, Kathy is keeping a list. We have started to put a list. It's in conjunction with the list that Garrett is already working on.
It is Garrett's.
We are, yes, but we are very well aware of where there are deficiencies
Okay.
and where there need to be strengthening in our codes.
And
Thank
this is not a gotcha. It is not a
No.
gotcha. Like, it's.
Yeah, no, that's, and about a year ago, I put together this spreadsheet. I call it our regulations problem log, and we started logging issues in our regulations as they came up. Dave has helped me fill in there. Stoy has added things, Kathy. So anytime we come across problems when we're looking through the regulations, I've really been trying to get staff to document that. And so we've got a pretty good spreadsheet right now of issues that we need to tackle. And
Thank you.
Kathy and I have also categorized, prioritized everything. We've sort of put in a priority ranking of some of these. So we're making progress on that. So the last thing here is just Prop 123 and ADU grants. That I just found out today that our DOLA reviewed our zoning code to see if we were an ADU supportive jurisdiction, and we are not by one specific issue, and that's the size of ADUs. The rest of our code looks good, but that one thing is going to require a code amendment in order to bring us into compliance with the state and be considered an ADU supportive jurisdiction. So all that is to say, we are going to miss this grant window in March.
Wait a minute. Can't we put it on the county commissioner agenda for next meeting and fix it?
The grant is due at the end of February, and we just got our review back from DOLA. This all kind of fell in my lap like 3 weeks ago. Dylan,
Grant?
no, this is a separate DOLA grant for ADU supportive jurisdictions. Dylan Graves from Idaho Springs reached out to me. He's working on trying to build a little coalition between Nederland, oddly enough, Gilpin County, Idaho Springs, Clear Creek, so that we can be considered sort of an ADU jurisdiction regionally, and we can receive some funding for that. Our code is not, I don't know if we can turn it around fast enough, but
Oh, okay, because I mean, like, I don't want to be the person stopping, fixing our code by any means. And if that's something that's really important in order to get grants for the county, Peter or Colton, is that something we can
Notice that.
prioritize?
Well, yeah, we can't decide it today.
No, I know we can't decide it today.
No, I mean, notice the code amendment. Do we have to have public notice?
Is that an ordinance?
it'd be a zoning amendment.
And we'd still have to publish it,
Yeah,
publish
publish it in
notice
the
of any
papers.
change to the zoning.
As I say, the planning commission notice deadline is, I think tomorrow. We're probably not gonna have a February meeting. So there's no cases. So we're a couple,
So it's a planning commission meeting,
Yep.
not a board of county.
well, it would be planning commission and then BOCC for any zone text.
And it would require public notice too.
Yeah.
Should be all difficult to do by the time this is done. But, and I don't know if there's any real opportunity cost here for the most part. I mean, is there any grants that you're looking for right now?
There is a ADU grant cycle that closes at the end of February, but we are also pursuing 2 other grants. So if we miss this one, we miss it. I think Idaho Springs is actually not going to apply because they don't have a clear idea of what they want to use the grant money for yet. So we're still.
Okay, so
working on
this isn't a really urgent grant that you need us to immediately jump on?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I just want to say that I think I speak for my colleagues, that if something does come up that we need to get noticed for the next meeting,
Yeah,
let us know. Don't go, oh, well, we don't give the board enough time, because as long as we have 2 weeks.
yeah, it's not an issue like that. It's a matter of adequate staff to get something done within a certain amount of time frame. It's
Okay.
not a matter of, we can publish and then set a special meeting in enough time to make things happen. It's a matter of priorities. Right now, we have, like Garrett was saying, there are 2 pending ones. Is this also the other one that we're already getting, actually, that we know there's money out?
Yeah, so the Prop 123 grant that money is available to us. We just have to, I've been working with Erica on putting together a proposal
Yeah.
for that, to use that money. And then there's also a SIPA, which I don't know what it stands for, but it's a micro grant. We're gonna apply for that too.
Okay.
And for that grant money, we would like to digitize land use records. We're gonna use that money to digitize things. So the ADU thing was a bit of a Hail Mary. We were late in the process. We just found out about it. The good news is that now we know from the state what we need to do to update our code so that we can be an ADU supportive jurisdiction. And so
In the
we'll
future.
move forward with that. Yep.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, Rebecca, I wholeheartedly agree. If you need this board to meet for a land use zoning change, you name the time and place, we will be there.
Right. As long as we can get noticed.
Yeah. No, that we have already prioritized some immediate fixes that we're good.
Okay. And that's for everybody, if there's something that comes up that you need support on, we've budgeted all the Tuesdays of the month to work on things if we need to. So, just let us know.
Definitely.
Well, thank you, Garrett.
Yeah.
Apologies. Ask that question. You talk about, you want to remove STR language from the zoning code. I'm not sure you want to do that, and I don't want to jump into this right here, but I think it might be worth looking at what Summit County does, because Summit County has licensing and zoning, and I don't know if they're duplicating or if some things they think are better under zoning authority and other things are better under licensing authority. And I think I'm reading body language. I think Kathy knows what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Just a quick note on that one.
Yeah, good catch. Yeah.
Really, really love the 1041 regulation review and would love to be part of developing that policy. And then I have this list of things that I would love to be part of in the zoning code. I would love to be part of figuring out how to explicitly put fiscal impact into our criteria. And have well done estimates of fiscal impact of proposals. I don't think that's an easy thing to figure out, but I'd love to be part of figuring that out. I would love to be part of figuring out better regulations around approval of metro districts. I think we have a real vulnerability there. The ADU thing you mentioned, but it was on my list too. The notice provisions you mentioned, that was on my list too. And then just as a heads up, somewhere years ago, I wrote a list too, and it was like, and then it kept getting longer and then I lost it. So at some point, I might just like have more. I know you're not going to get to all that, but that's what's on my mind.
Great.
I was gonna say too, we had discussed also about the trailer parks. Codes for the trailer parks.
Oh, yes. We have got to eliminate that provision that says you have to replace a trailer with the exact same size. I mean, it is abusive. It's an abusive thing that's in our code.
I think that's on our list. I'm pretty sure that's on our list.
Thank you.
When was the whole code not revised, but when was it made? Over 20 years ago?
Yeah,
Can
it was
that?
96, I think, is when the code was adopted. I can't believe I said that loud on the record. I have no idea. Erase that. I have no idea. I think that's when it was. I looked at it not that long ago and I knew the year, but I can't remember. That was kind of a wild guess.
Close enough. We need to redo that, yeah.
That's when it was adopted, but then if you open the zoning code in the first page, we have a list of all the revisions we've made over the years, and we've made a lot of revisions to the code. I think the most recent one being, 2020. Well, the Prop 123 changes just happened, but prior to that, I think it was 20 years, we've made a lot of changes to the code. I think that has led to a little bit of conflict in the code, right? Because we've been sort of like updating discrete pieces of the code without a more holistic review. So there are sections that we've added or changed that are now in conflict with other sections of the code.
A little bit of a Frankenstein at this point.
That's what I was.
Yeah, which is so that's kind of part of the reason for like a more holistic review of the code and an update.
Lastly, and I'm not sure that this actually lives with you, but you are the one hiring the long range planner. Somewhere in the organization, I think defining the staff role, transportation work, is important. And I don't think it's just your shop. I think maybe that's why it maybe shouldn't show up on your list, but I do think it should show up somewhere. Been a lot of transition over the last 3-4 years in terms of how we staff the transportation stuff. And I'd love to see us land the plane this year and kind of know who's on first and who's on second.
Yeah, the transportation planning has always been, in my career, has been a struggle everywhere I've gone. Kind of rural, lower capacity organizations deprioritize transportation planning, and it's unfortunate. So that was something that I advocated for a lot in my last role, never got it, but it would be nice to, especially with I-70 here, obviously. Might be more important here than in other places I worked.
For sure.
Great.
That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
we're going to take a break.
Yay.
Hey, it's the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners, back from break, and we are moving on in our agenda to, building code enforcement and building services.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for having me.
And thanks for coming.
We have 3 goals for building code enforcement and planning both services. One's to update ordinance 19. Staff identified several areas where we can provide improvements. Some of those came before the board last fall for some of our processes for revocations, denials, durations, including residency verifications. Some other items that we've identified for improvement is expanding on the administration, specifically scope and applicability. We also want to touch on renewals and refunds with those changes and updates to ordinance 19s. We're open to other recommendations for updates, but these are the ones staff had identified and our goals to walk forward with updating that ordinance this year in 2026. Our next goal is our notice of violation process improvements. Really, that should read code enforcement process improvements. We have built out the front end of our code enforcement process really well. After notice of violations, we have a lot of question marks and a lot of holes to fill with our code enforcement process. We've been working with Kathy and from the county attorney's office. She's made some recommendation to us for additional tools and improvements we can make to our code enforcement process. We really need to identify buckets and areas of responsibility to really complete that back end process through court and after judgments are made and things like that. So we have a lot of question marks that we really need to fill and build there in our code enforcement process. Our last goal for the Planning and Building Services Department is to complete the launch of phase 2 of our GovBuilt project. This is a project that's probably been going on a little too long already. We completed phase 1 last year after several years of work. Phase 2 is going to be inclusive of planning processes, renewals for licenses, and commercial building permits, among other things. There's going to be a data migration from the data that's currently in Trackit over to the GovBuilt program. So our goal is to have that completed so we can reallocate staff's time and use them for other tasks.
This is maybe an awkward question, is short-term rental policy work planning or building or both? Like, what does it look like over there? Because it was a unified for so long.
Right, so it was in zoning, it came out of zoning, became a standalone ordinance. I came on with the county about 1.5 years ago. They put that under our hat in the Planning and Building Services Department, which is separate from planning, even though it contains planning in the title. So that's actually administered by that Planning and Building Services Operations Manager, which is Lexi Berger. And so then the administration and application of it really falls under my responsibility rather than Garrett's. Garrett does have those items that's in the zoning code, and we can look at how we need to retain certain aspects of short-term rental in the zoning code versus in the ordinance. But how we have the ordinance configured currently is that it's written to concern residential use properties, and it's really silent on zoning. So it doesn't really care if a property is C1 zoned, M1 zoned, MR1 zoned. It just matters if the use of that property is a residence.
Okay, thank you. Safe to assume that we are leaning into policy expertise wherever it can be found inside the organization as we come up with this stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just quickly, I love that goal. Just a couple of quick flags. I'd love for us to evaluate an affordable housing incentive here. Is it New Mexico? What is the?
New Mexico. We're looking into that.
Thank you. Colleagues, I sent this off to staff. They can get to you what I sent them, but basically people are allowed to have an STR above the cap if they provide affordable housing somewhere else, either on the property or another property. It's pretty interesting.
What do you mean above the cap? Oh, an additional one?
Like if you're at the cap, you can't get a license, right? But but you could get a license if you say buy another property and rent it at a good price. Or if you like build an ADU on your property and rent that at a good price. So that's how
It's Taos.
Taos, New Mexico does it.
Garrett's already reached, do you want to say your conversation with Taos on this?
So they adopted this policy like a year and a half ago, and they are still, just working on, kind of getting it up and running. So there haven't been any, this hasn't been utilized yet.
Okay.
But it is adopted under their code. And I think they're figuring out how to sort of administrate it and put some guidelines on it and working out the enforcement, those and things like that. I had a brief conversation with a planner from Taos.
So colleagues, that's just a heads up, because it's here and that's not gonna decide.
New Mexico seems to be on top of it these days.
The childcare.
They are one of the 49 states doing better than Colorado in terms of how we invest dollars.
In,
In terms, or maybe in terms of how we collect revenue, really.
1.2 million barrels a day helps too.
Right.
oh.
So
The, sorry.
I'm just laughing at.
The other thing is, I'd love to see us get away from counting days. I think now that we have the residential permit enforcement protocol in place, I'd love to just see us get away from counting days. I think it's the worst approach to SDI regulation of all the options. But I'll leave that there. I know it's just some thoughts. Two things that maybe are missing, maybe not. Anything in here about a joint building department?
No, there's nothing in here about a joint building department. We had so many goals and things that we were on that wasn't prioritized this year, but that is still on our radar. We still want to create a unified building code department with as many jurisdictions that want to participate in Clear Creek County.
I worry about, because we put so much effort into it last year and the year prior. And then we got some, we didn't get the decisions we wanted out of our partners that we were hoping to get. I worry that framework is gonna get old and get lost and that maybe is it worth the effort to try to package that proposal up? Maybe it's already there, but is that on a shelf somewhere that we can grab it and be like, oh, look at this and
It's still very much on the shelf. We still have all the documents and all the presentations that we brought to the Board of Selectmen in Idaho Springs. Idaho Springs obviously made their decision last fall, not Clear Creek County. As a result, there was kind of a pin put in it over at the Board of Selectmen with Georgetown. And I'm not saying that anybody's made any decisions or going to be making any future decisions, but we will do our best to drive that agenda or that goal if it is desired. It just needs to be communicated. And as long as I want to be cautious about staff time, and I don't want to be chasing an unattainable goal if it's not the desire of Idaho Springs, and it's not the desire of the town of Georgetown.
yeah, I think we spent a lot of time on it last year and then, the municipalities kind of didn't really follow through. And so we're really trying to avoid that again.
Okay, so I'm sorry. There've been some abbreviations going on here. What is the IT?
Oh, it's us taking on the building inspection for the towns,
Oh, okay.
right? And permitting, right?
Yes, taking over the building services department for.
Okay.
So instead of utilizing Safe Build, they'd use the county, which has a lot of benefits that come along with it. It has a couple caveats to it that aren't the best, which the town of Idaho Springs had vocalized, which there's potential things that we could do to remediate that if the intent was given and we had a high likelihood of receiving that contract. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day that we don't need to get into here. Anything else unified building department related?
What was the resolution of your push to be able to have internationally certified, was it plumbers or electricians?
The electricians, we wanted the ICC certified electrical inspectors to be recognized. We went through CCI with you
Right.
all on that. It got put on table 2. I've taken that over to the ICC, the Colorado chapter ICC. They really started talking about what they were going to do. They don't want to pursue that on their own. They don't think they have the teeth behind it. There's a lot of union pushback against that. A lot of other special interest parties for that. They said that they would support me in our endeavors if we wish to pursue that through CCI again, which is an open conversation that we need to have with the commissioners. I think it would be worthwhile to get rural counties, allow them to have those ICC electrical inspectors for the residential properties. It would give us a lot of teeth and a lot more legitimacy with Idaho Springs specifically, because I know that was one of their high concerns, is that we didn't have an electrical inspector on staff or a licensed electrician. So that'll give us a lot of room there. I'm just kind of rambling around now, I feel.
Okay, so, and the problem was the county does not have the state certified person or?
Yes, you need a state licensed electrician to perform electrical inspections on all properties, regardless of, even if they're relatively minor and simple services for residences. Right now, those are going to the state of Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies. They have an inspector that we share with Gilpin County. They're here twice a week, and that comes with its own challenges. So.
Okay.
I think one of the best things we can do to move forward the unified building department is, I think each one of you have been reached out to by builders and people who have previously built in the county, saying how difficult it is and expressing frustration, is to get now that we have a more professionally run building department, do a good job for a while, repair that reputation, then I think it's easier for us to get this done through the municipalities, because I personally get calls from people frustrated about processes, and I'm like, well, have you built anything in the last 4 years? And they're like, no. And it's like, okay, well, it's better now, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I do think the best thing we can do to have that happen is actually do a good job for a while.
Mhm.
And then I think that'll really help build some more trust to get that through.
Okay.
So.
And
the other
support
cities
our
in-house.
efforts.
Yeah.
And I think the
Versus-
confusion with the code too is
Mhm.
part of it.
Yep, the code, all of that can be better. And then I think if we can prove that we are more professional, more well-run, more efficient, then that's really going to help a lot more of these unification conversations down the road, because we have a better proven product that we're selling, right? Right now, it's a little theoretical, and I think that's part of the problem why we're hitting a little bit of resistance with some of this.
Thank you.
Do you want to make another run at CCI?
I do.
Okay, so if it might make sense to put that in, because I have this on my list too.
Okay.
It might make sense to throw that on your goal list as well. Presuming there's board support for that proposal.
Yeah, I would say, because my husband is a master electrician. So when I discussed this with him too, reaching out maybe to those unions and explaining more of that. I don't know if that's attainable or.
I've had a number of conversations last year. We had a lot of rural jurisdictions that were in support of this idea. We had a lot of larger jurisdictions that were against it. A lot of the unions were against it. And it was kind of a unique brick wall that you got when you were speaking with people that were against it. They didn't really have a great reason to be against it. And you kind of explained some of the background information that, a licensed electrician with the state, if they did something to lose their license, only that licensed individual would lose their license. But what they did is they had a group of ICC, and maybe this is too much background, a group of ICC certified electrical inspectors that had made some mistakes. And that was used to disqualify all ICC electrical inspectors, which is kind of a unique scenario, but the rule makers get to make the rules and we just have to follow them, right? So we would like to remediate that and correct that, at least for residential structures for rural counties, because that seems where we're having the most challenges, where we can get the most benefit in our enforcement and really make our building departments more robust.
And I assume the state inspectors are not part of the union? Typically?
I'm not, I can't speak to that. I'm not sure which union really was the one that was driving it. I think it was the Brotherhood of something. was driving that. I'm not gonna speak on that, I guess. So,
Yeah, I will. I have a little bit more liberty here. Yes, the state employees are unionized and that union had thoughts. The electricians union also has a strong interest here because this is like a really awesome career path for someone who's a certified electrician.
So that's what I was explaining to my husband. And as I talked to him a little bit more right off the bat, he was like, no way that's going to happen. But then so same thing, if you maybe talk to some of them and they understand it's like, they're not going to lose their job,
right.
you know?
Right. Really, it would only have an effect on those individuals who were hired as electrical inspectors.
Right.
Licensed electricians are still going to have their jobs. Obviously, the concern is the trickle down effect of, does this happen with plumbers and HVAC and then structure? Then how chopped apart does every building department come later down the road, and how many different inspectors do we have to have? And then there's different cost benefit analysis that occur when you start having different inspectors and the stalls on projects and job sites. And then the cost of a project can go up $80,000 just because of regulation. I mean, it gets out of hand really quickly when you have to have a different inspector for every single trade. Another story for another day, but it is a good goal to have.
Okay. I'll support you.
Jody, do you have any further
No,
questions?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, George, you're good?
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Real quick, just before we get off, the ordinance 19 updates coming, we want to have a goal of having that stuff done by the end of September. That is a lot of our planning and building services operations staff time with the enforcement and the administration of that. So by getting those ordinance worked through with staff recommendations, that should provide us a lot more staff time for other enforcement actions and other tasks and things like that. But thank you.
Okay. One last question then. Ordinance 19 is,
The short-term rental licensing ordinance.
thank you. Thank you very much.
If you'd indulge me for just a second, I just want to acknowledge former Commissioner Kevin O'Malley in the room.
Hi, welcome.
I haven't seen you in a while. Hope we're doing well enough. In your honor.
Doing fine. I just had to get some license plates, so.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Stop by.
All right, we are moving on to public lands. Alexis?
Just want to reiterate, thank you for the time to sit down and discuss these goals. And thank you for your patience and understanding since this is my first.
Always.
All right, so by no means is this any sort of comprehensive list of what we're working on this year, but I thought maybe these three would be fairly representative of what we're working towards. Being that this is new department, my position's a new position, I think my overarching goal is just getting a better understanding of internal workings, external workings, partnerships, sort of operations, just to frame that. The first goal, having be review and update the public lands related visitor information, including our website, our brochure, kiosk signs and maps. So we have quite a bit of public lands, as y'all know, in Clear Creek County. And when visitors come here and want to engage or experience those public lands, they're looking for information on how to do so. So they might come to the website, they might come to one of the visitor centers in Georgetown, Idaho Springs. So getting, I would say, up-to-date, accurate information out to those folks that are looking for it. So I've been working with Megan. She's been great training me on the website, and we're gonna go through and update a lot of information there, including Historic District Public Lands Commission, those lands as well, in addition to open space. So there's a lot of information on public lands on the website right now, but whether or not you know, it's a little bit buried at this point. And I think part of that was the original structure of the website, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the division and then kind of the departments within the division. So Public Lands Department, we were under strategic and strategic,
And community planning. There
community
you go.
planning. Sorry, I was.
No, it's a lot.
So I'd like to bring that more to the forefront and have people be able to access that information a little bit easier. If you're familiar with these publications, we're going to be working on updating this with the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau. We're actually working on that right now. These are a few pieces of collateral or marketing advertising material that are given out to visitors and actually residents as well. So making sure that that information is correct. And I tried aligning, I guess, the goals with master plans or management plans that we have in place. So you can see sort of, hopefully understand my process of where I thought that was important. Did we take questions at every goal? Would that be easier, or do you want me to just go through?
They can just ask questions as they come up.
Okay. The next one was developing trailhead management plans for our public lands. So these are places where there's amenities or infrastructure already in place. So restrooms, parking, same thing, if we're having these public lands open and accessible to visitors and residents, community members, to have a better understanding of what management for those areas looks like. Whether that be safety, being able to park in places that are, assigned and allotted for them versus parking on grass or other natural resources, things we want to protect. So just developing plans. I think I would say a lot of this is already known, but actually documenting it and then being able to pass it along to the next individual as well. And for the team as a whole, having everybody on the same board. Let's see, our last one was advertise and fill open space commission vacancies and encourage community members' engagement in the forum. So we have, correct me if I'm wrong, Martha, I think there's 5 vacancies on the open space commission right now, about to
We
be
have
6.
6 people and that's 5 vacancies and we're about to lose one because
Yep.
Steve Hubendorn is moving out of the county.
So trying to encourage more folks in the community to get involved with the commission if they're not willing maybe to serve on the commission, but they have input, encourage them to use the forum, which I've been working with Lexi to better understand that tool as well. But overall, just getting community input on their public lands. I've gotten quite a bit of feedback about that in the few months that I've been here.
Feedback about people wanting more opportunities to get in.
Yes, yes. And so this being my first time, I took 3 sort of high level goals, but I know that we might want to include some other goals as well for the department as a whole. So did you want to?
Open the shooting range.
Oh, good.
Grand opening April 30th, put it on your schedule.
That sounds like a great goal.
It better happen or.
Every time I go to NOCO, I gotta give them an update on the date, and I just told them April 15th.
I know, unfortunately, I don't know we're gonna be able to hit that.
I'll give them another update. My only thing too is how NOCO can help with a lot of this. They've been just kind of waiting and different grant opportunities, and I know during the budget process when Logan brought us his equipment that was taped up and, selling us that idea, and then I took it back to NOCO and they said, totally, there's grants.
Yep.
To help you guys with that equipment and signage. That's another one.
Unauthorized trails.
Yeah,
Right,
unauthorized
right.
trails. I know that when I was going over the map with Matt, I did go home and look at some and just the road in front of me and in front of the old church property. It was marked differently than I think it probably should have been. So that's like one of those areas that maybe we could fix.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited to see where this all goes in the organization.
Jody, right on that, I had written that, and I don't know if this is worth being a written goal in a public facing document, but I think an important thing to do is just get integrated into state level and regional conversations. Like, oh my God, there is so much interest. There's philanthropy, there's tax dollars, there's federal and state money, there's GoCo. Like we're not on our own here, and understanding all those different resources is crucial, right?
Yeah, I've spent quite a bit of my time trying to understand the partners in the county, you know, whether it's Continental Divide Trail Coalition, the Clear Creek Trail Collaborative, the Mount Blue Sky Collaborative, GoCo, NoCo, CPW, Denver Mountain Parks. There's so many different partners and agencies out there, and especially, I think we mention it all the time about how lean we run as a county. For that amount of acreage of public lands within this county, there's no way we could do it on our own. So trying to understand those relationships and how we can leverage them, absolutely.
And we have a governor that really pushes for the recreational experience. So, yeah.
There are well-financed interests in this state that will consistently send people into that office with. Also, I think this might actually be something that is worth putting into the sort of the public-facing goal document, which is to get a concept into the NOCO grant process and accept it, right? Like, there's gonna be another round, right?
And Alexis did attend the last meeting and that was discussed. So that opens in April.
Okay.
So we'll have a little bit more time to get something. And then once we give our presentation on it, then they'll decide, NOCO will decide what moves forward from there. So.
I don't know if it needs to be on the document or not. I care much less about that than just knowing that it's something that we plan on doing.
I wasn't sure what depth or detail you wanted.
You mentioned the Open Space Commission. Couple of things. First, the Open Space Commission has some goals. We talked about them in the joint meeting. I think that's what you were referencing. Are we sort of interpreting those as Martha's goals? Martha, are those your goals?
Yeah, well, I guess, I mean, we didn't have a very good conversation ahead of time here on what our goals were that Alexis was gonna put up, so. But those, Geneva Basin, Iron Fen, and putting some sort of trail in there. And then the other thing that the Open Space Commission wanted to focus on was developing a sign plan for all of our stuff. And the third thing, because it relates, is actually working on Alvarado, following up with the Glass family and figuring out, we have the concept that you guys have approved that were of the two that we had developed by consultants, and then working with the Glass family and then figuring where we're going on that, and then talking about grants, seeking funds. Because the estimate on the price for doing concept 2 was like $300,000 as it was. And that was a year ago now, so it's probably gone up, but figuring out what we're going to do, what the things the Glasses want to do that fits with what we're looking at the big picture. And then going out and looking for, is it Fishing is Fun money, if that still exists from the feds, and other sources, and maybe something we could go to NOCO on if it has the right touch to it. But we definitely need to look for funds to help us move that forward. And we clearly, when we had our consultants work with us, we can phase things, but we need to know, pin down where we're going and then put together some proposals.
Okay, thank you. The other comment I have related to open space is, I think your newness here is a real opportunity for everybody in the organization and the Open Space Commission to kind of finalize. We spent a lot of time on process reform within the Open Space Commission. As you come in and try to understand what we built, you're probably going to have observations. And I think even what we built, I think isn't entirely understood by everybody. We still have folks going directly to the Open Space Commission for policy decisions. Like there's just some other little things that I think can be cleaned up. And I would love to leave office knowing that we understand kind of the new role of the Open Space Commission collectively on all sides.
Absolutely.
Also, so this second goal, comment on the second goal, develop trailhead management plans. So this is one of about 8 things that are in the ROMP that are identified as need to do's. Last year, the boards selected Guanilla Pass and trying to figure out traffic management on Guanella Pass as our like top priority within the ROMP. I'm not sure that that work is complete. We might want to switch trailhead management for Guanella Pass or figure out how to add it. I just know that the partners, the reason that we chose to send our public lands person into the Guanella Pass conversation is because the rest of the partners in that conversation needed that expertise. And I think they'll continue to need that expertise moving forward, trying to figure out how to unwind all the different risks and pressures and colleagues, am I wrong? Where am I at?
No.
Okay.
Right, and I agree that we can't just send the sheriff up there to monitor traffic. There has to be,
Yeah.
you know, more than that. And although I'm grateful for their help in that because, you know, 2 years ago, it was an awful mess.
Yeah.
So,
It sounds like Georgetown's kind of targeting that area too by the new mercantile that opened up Georgia was talking about where they rent. Right now it's snowshoes and things to take up there
Okay.
to Guanella Pass.
And that's not a bad idea. It is the most visited corridor in our county for public lands.
And
Far.
what we should be looking at, like, I say this without knowing all the details in that plan, but I think we should be looking at something similar to what they're doing on Quandary. And there's a written plan for Quandary and it's shuttling and we've got a local transit system and the rec district has a transit system. Like there's a lot that we can do to continue to take positive steps there.
I think probably why signs were this one is it's achievable in a year, but I think we can add something about making progress on Guanella. Guanella is so complicated and with the feds particularly, that I think the goal is more reasonable that we figure out the plan and start activating the plan because we're gonna have to do it. No matter what we do, we're doing full NEPA, right? And that's years because of access to the forest potentially.
You don't need NEPA to decide to have a proactive shuttling plan.
Right, except that we can't close the road. Right, so it's hard to encourage shuttling when we can't close the road. So we need to work all of that complication out with with federal funds used for the road, the federal land that it's accessing, this administration's policy on federal land access, which is more access is better no matter what. And so we just need to, I think that's a good goal and it should be on here, but it's more of it's going to be incremental on that one.
help me understand, Guanella Pass Road is a county road.
Right, but it was built by federal highway funds.
So that means
That it's not like we have carte blanche control over it. There are federal requirements now because it was federal funds used that complicates decisions on that road.
okay. But
Particularly on restricting access to the road.
okay, but they still allow us to close it in the winter time because we don't have the
Because we can't
resources
plow it.
to plow it, right? Okay, so that part they allow.
But things like a reservation system, closing the road during leaf peeping season, putting a quota. in
Well, they
place.
allowed it for Mount Evans and that's federal.
Right, but they went through a full NEPA process for that.
Right.
Right, so it's just a long process with that.
Right.
So yes, continuing to iterate. Maybe Guanella Pass will show up on your goal list for a number of years.
Yes.
My hope is we can focus and do something awesome there and then like start to replicate. Just as a heads up, I don't know that this needs to appear on your goals list, but cycling off of Highway 103, sort of north towards Idaho Springs, whether you're talking about Beaver Brook or Warren Gulch or Barber Forks, like that whole sort of heading north downhill from the Evergreen side of Highway 103 is a goal of COMBA's, and it is a goal of the US Forest Service to figure out what's going on with unauthorized trails up there. I don't know that it needs to show up on your list either.
Did they get their grant?
I don't know.
I don't
I don't
know.
think they did, but
As recently as this morning, I was notified that it continues to be an aspiration and a goal of those two organizations. So just a heads up for you. I don't know that it needs to alter this document.
One of my big things I would have to say is fire mitigation.
Yeah.
The conversation with the rangers and stuff. We were supposed to have a conversation with Ranger Max and then they had to shut down, and I need to probably reach out to him, but we haven't heard from him since. We don't know where we stand with that. I know we got the updates at NOCO, but
We will have a very specific fire mitigation project that's coming before the board soon, but not general fire mitigation conversation.
This is an interesting thing. It's just to try to like get a sense of, you are one human. How you view, like, we have referred to this as recreation forever. We're referring it to
Yes.
public lands now, right?
which I'm thankful for.
How do you view your role in forest health and wildfire mitigation, right? Like, is that a fire department role? We don't have to get into that today, but I think.
No, I had that in my notes. I mean, I think I'm really thankful that somebody had the forethought to name this public lands. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but thank you very much for doing that. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Colton. And that it isn't just recreation or trails or, open space is one part of it, water is one part of it, but to me, public lands encompasses all of that. So natural resources, cultural resources, recreation, all of that is within the public lands umbrella. So I think, to not talk about forest health or wildfire mitigation would be remiss and missing a major opportunity. So one of the partners I've been working with is Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership. Talking with Chief Jones, with the Fire Authority, Clarissa with OEM. So I definitely see that as a big part of this. And I'm thankful, like I said, that is now included, and just recreation is one part of it and providing access. But we have quite a few public lands that are not accessible right now. And but we still need to manage those lands properly.
Okay, and for what it's worth, I think Amy Saxton gets the credit, but.
Okay.
Thank you to
Maybe.
both.
Yeah.
Colton.
CSU, but we do have the CSU employee. We're working through that contract right now, and that should help with the fire
That'll be amazing.
capacity on that specific issue with our interests in support of that. But that is the definition of a multi-jurisdictional conversation, because
100%
of who owns the land primarily.
Next,
Right.
I just found out about the Mountain Pine Beetle Coalition that the Colorado State Forest Service has. So there's quite a few folks talking about it, and I'd like to be part of that conversation. Clear Creek. You can look out your window and see that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are moving on to Public Works. Stoy Streepy. Hello.
I am Stoy Streepy, your Public Works Director, and happy to be here and talk about some of our goals. So just kind of wanted to provide some simple information up on the screen here, but we'll share a little bit more through the discussion. Really, we've got a lot of initiatives that we're working on at Public Works, and we'll highlight, these 5 that we wanted to formally identify as goals for this year. Starting with the 10-year capital improvement plan. This is really building on an initiative from finance to push all of us to identify our needs for these 10-year plans. And it's something that we have not always done at Public Works, where we have a lot of needs for capital improvements. And that really spans, the general public works projects that benefit the entire division. Road and bridge projects for just road specific projects that are always ongoing, and capital equipment purchases. And we've got a lot of catching up to do really in all those areas. And so wanted to take the first step and satisfy finance department's request for us to provide them with a 10-year improvement plan. And so that's going to be one of our goals for this year, is to kind of put all that information together to really understand what our needs are for capital improvements over the next 10 years. Some of the steps that we're taking for that goal is really updating our pavement management plan. We went through this process several years ago, and prioritized road improvement projects, paved road improvement projects specifically. And, right now we're partnered with the Colorado School of Mines, Capstone Senior Design Team, that have, built a team of 6 different senior civil engineering students there at Colorado School of Mines that we have tasked with to redo our pavement management plan. And we just recently have collected the condition index data for the pavement surfaces. So just really the existing conditions of our pavement surfaces. We've got all the data collection done on that, and we're just going to do the analysis on that to be able to kind of prioritize paved road projects for the next 10 years. And so that's a project that we're working through with this student group at Colorado School of Mines. And other areas, equipment purchases is a big one, that we've got a lot of aging equipment at Road and Bridge. So we're kind of going through evaluating what all we have and what really we need. And then really utilizing this leasing program as a primary mechanism to be able to provide our equipment needs for future years here. So that's been a huge help for us to really understand our costs a little bit better, and what our vehicle and equipment costs are, and be able to plan for future years, and has really made the acquisition process a lot simpler for us. And so see a lot of benefits to that leasing program. Thank you, Colton. And then really I'll move on just to capital improvement project management process. This is an area that that Public Works has become more involved in on a countywide level in the past couple of years. We were able to hire a capital projects manager who we had requested the position be created to really help us manage road and bridge projects and public works projects in order to be able to really justify that position. We also included general fund projects that would be folded into that particular position. And we've got a lot going on between the shooting range and Mountain Youth Network and repairs to the basement here at the courthouse and things like that. As we've kind of dove into the capital improvement project process, not only with Road and Bridge, but across the county, and working with these other departments and other partners, we just found that there's a need to kind of really define roles and expectations of the different team members as we develop projects and as we get projects out to bid and as we construct projects. And so we've been putting a lot of work in with that. We've been working really closely with finance, the attorney's office, and the other departments. Facilities has been a huge partner, and internal services, and helping us kind of define what this process guide will look like. And so as things have come up over the past year or so on these capital projects, we've been making note of that and starting to build this guide to kind of help give us all guidance on how to kind of manage some of these capital improvement projects. So we have drafted up this process guide. Our next step in that is really to push that out to these team members with finance and facilities to really get that feedback on, where they see gaps in that process and where they can add to it. And then something that we hope to, continue to improve upon, but gives us a good baseline to kind of manage projects. Fleet maintenance services. This is another transition for Public Works or Road and Bridge. And in past years, the maintenance facility there at Public Works has been utilized primarily for Road and Bridge. Not only did it service the Road and Bridge vehicles, it would do some fleet kind of purchase services, and also had a fabrication component there where we would fabricate parts for equipment, for signs, for different things like that. We've really moved away from a lot of the fabrication type of stuff. Most of that stuff for signs, has standard parts that we buy off the shelf now, to kind of better meet our sign requirements and our equipment needs. Again, there's manufacturers out there that are manufacturing all the parts and stuff that we need for our equipment. So we've really moved away from some of that fabrication stuff. And also we have welcomed in the largest department, fleet wise, with the sheriff's office in there. And that's really kind of changed how we're maintaining and managing our shop in there. And really we want to continue that transition to provide those services. Just routine maintenance services is really where I see the need that we provide those services to not only road and bridge equipment, but to the sheriff's office, to EMS and other fleet vehicles. A lot of those in the past, for oil changes, for tire rotations, for all these routine service items have taken their equipment outside the county and to other places and paid, really high, just retail costs for these services. And that's something that I think could really benefit the county. And I've, heard that from the fleet managers across the county that there's that need and that they are on board with saving money and coming to us for kind of those routine services. So something that we want to kind of lean into and improve our services that we're providing there and our communication methods. Our facilities department has just adopted this year or recently a work order management system where it's really simple. They've got scan codes, QR codes around the county in different buildings. You scan the code, it takes you to a website and you put in your work order request, similar to what we see with IT and other departments, service departments like that. Something that we are transitioning into a new fleet maintenance software, kind of a public works general software that the one we have is just no longer being supported. So we're kind of forced into transitioning into a new software to manage our assets for both all our capital assets at Road and Bridge and Public Works there, including fleet and all these softwares that we're exploring have those work order systems that will make it easier to receive work orders and communicate back to those people requesting service about, that we do that service and we do that. And also, just to update, we don't really at this point even have a web page or anything that people could go to and really understand what our shop is doing. So something we're trying to better understand ourselves, and then we want to communicate that out to the rest of the county. Some other steps and progress that we're taking on that. We've accumulated a lot of equipment and older materials. A lot of it is steel and other metals there, old plow blades and stuff that's left over kind of from the fabrication work that we were doing. Just different steel elements, some retaining wall materials from past projects and things like that have kind of accumulated around the public works site there. And so we're going through an initiative right now to just collect all that stuff and get it all recycled and down to the metal scrap yard where we can get some revenue out of that. And so we do collect some revenue from that. We're working, the transfer station and our shop manager are all kind of working together, and our district supervisor here on the Dumont side have all been working together to kind of collect all that material, putting it in big bins and getting it hauled down with the rest of the material that we take to the recycling centers there. And just otherwise getting our yard cleaned up to kind of make some room and really define these areas. Again, as we bring the sheriff in and see all the needs that they have for their equipment and just vehicle storage and other things. And I think that we can better accommodate some of that stuff if we kind of, just clean house a little bit and kind of get some of that stuff cleaned up and define those areas where all our staff can know where we can park over there. Parking is getting tight there, and we can direct people to or drop off their vehicles, that sort of thing. So some steps that we're taking there to kind of improve our fleet maintenance services. Recycling services, something we have this opportunity across the state now with to be able to be reimbursed for the recycling services that we provide to the community here. And so, recycling has not been a massive expense, but it certainly doesn't generate revenue for us. And it has been an expense and a burden on our transfer station. And so we are going through the application process with the state to enter into an agreement with this third party that's administering this grant program or this reimbursement program for our recycling services. Starting out, we plan to apply for the services that we're currently providing and the expenses occurring. There's a lot of opportunity there to potentially expand our services for recycling there. So we'll continue to explore some of that.
And would that be recycling there or taking it down to recycling?
All of our stuff will be transferred down to recycling centers. And so we just don't really have a feasible location.
Right, no, I didn't think.
To process that.
So but you were looking for a grant to help pay for that.
Yes, just what we're doing now, just the cost to accept that material, kind of get it all sorted out and transferred down to the recycling centers elsewhere, is really our main expense now, and the service that we're providing. We accept that, it's self-sorted, and we just get it onto trucks and get it compacted and packaged up to be able to transfer it outside the county there. And so that's where our big expenses are, but that takes several pieces of equipment and staff and all to make that happen.
A couple of things on recycling. First, for clarity, I think that's more of an entitlement, right? Like fees are being collected to reimburse people that are doing recycling systems, and the reimbursements are guaranteed in statute, right? It's more of an entitlement than a grant, right?
Yeah, I believe so. We're still learning about the program, and that information's being pushed down to us. It's trickling down to us. Really, they're right now the process is yes, this has been statutorily mandated that this happened. And now this third party vendor who has done this in other states, I believe, has come to Colorado and I think come to an agreement with the state of Colorado to administer the program and meet these statutory requirements. And they are, as they're kind of going through, we just had formally expressed our intent to participate in the program. And so we've done that step. Our next step is to actually get into a master services agreement with this third party that really identifies, we will be reimbursed for, what our expenses are, what we'll be reimbursed for. Our county attorney's office has just reviewed that agreement. The next step in that was really to take that agreement and provide comments back to them. So there are several areas where our county attorney has provided comment on that. We've got that back to the state now. And then here towards the end of February and into March, they'll begin accepting actual applications to enter into the program and move forward with that service agreement.
Great.
I think the fact we're being reimbursed for costs that we used to have to recover in terms of fees, site visitation, tipping fees, etc. I'll be curious to know, and I'm curious if you think it should be a goal, maybe it's a next year thing, but to reevaluate our fees in light of this reimbursement. I don't know if this reimbursement amount is enough that we could actually lower fees or not, or what, but is that
Very interested to see.
that's a next year thing, right?
Potentially, the earliest that they'll start entering into and executing these master services agreements is toward the end of June this year, I think. And really, from what I understand now, we'll just request reimbursement for the services we're being provided now. But yeah, I think there's going to be, from what they're advertising through the program there, that there's a lot of room to expand our services and make that more accessible, really, from everything from training to outreach, community outreach to let people know about what recycling services we're providing and how we're providing them, to the actual expenses of collecting that material and getting it down and actually processed. And yeah, I think that is something right now we provide free, quote unquote, free recycling services for those that are entering into our transfer station facility for some other purpose. If you're just coming there to recycle, there is an entry fee of $5 just to get into the access the site there. And so, yeah, I think that is something that we wanted, it's a minimal expense to the public to come in there, but at the same time, I think we all feel like that should be provided for free. The county should be able to provide that for free. And so that is a goal, whether we want to include that informally in our goal here or not. It certainly is a goal that I think we can all agree on, that we want to provide free recycling services. And I think to help do that is to really just, begin getting reimbursed for our expenses there will help that. We're still working through some staffing challenges at the transfer station. I do see a light at the end of the tunnel for that. We've just opened up or the board had approved this seasonal position into a year-round position. We just got that advertised at the beginning of the year, have had several really good candidates that we've interviewed for that, and likely be extending a job offer for that here in the next week or so. And I'm really excited about that team member to come on, which will really alleviate some of the burden there. And then we're going to continue to find efficiencies at that transfer station site as well, and kind of some other improvements there, and look at offsite areas where we can provide recycling services too.
Thank you.
Excellent. I also, just continuing this conversation about the transfer station, that's the recycling component. We got a letter just yesterday, colleagues. Very well written letter from a local nonprofit that has long been encouraging the county. And I wish Kevin O'Malley was still here, because I think he received the first presentation from this nonprofit that wants the county to explore organic waste diversion. In the letter, Scraps to Soil kind of lays out, here are the different entities that the state has stood up that can help us figure this out and really evaluate whether organic waste diversion can work at the transfer station. Colleagues, can we add this to the goal list? Did you get a chance to, I know the letter just came in yesterday. I didn't read very much that came into my email yesterday, but this one did catch my attention.
I haven't read it yet.
I haven't read it.
Okay.
Is that something that your department's equipped to do?
We can try. That's all I can offer right now, because I don't know anything about it, and our staff right now doesn't know anything about the process of composting or this, organic material. And so it's something that I need to learn about and really understand what's involved with that, whether it's scaled. I did at least skim through this letter that was provided to you yesterday, and it looks like that this nonprofit had gone through the steps to identify how to make that program work. And they had actually said in the letter there that they had run up against, an area, really, I think it was a land use concern there, where they needed to identify, an area where they could actually accommodate what they were trying to do. So
This would be Scraps to Soil in Clear Creek County, not sending it down the hill.
yeah, that's my understanding, that would be something that we would do here in the county.
I think so, although I think organic waste diversion can be accomplished in a lot of different ways. One of the biggest costs associated with processing organic waste is transportation. So keeping it here might be a good approach. Lots of different ways to process it, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get all the way into that rabbit hole. I just want to point out that it's not the EPR program that's the immediate opportunity. I think it's the Circular Communities Enterprise. They're currently offering technical assistance to local governments through its STEPS program. And they also have mini grants of up to $15,000 for projects, including composting. I think this is the ask, is if we can get the Circular Communities Enterprise to get us the technical assistance to do the design work.
And is this something for our grants writer or something Stoy would have to do?
I don't know.
We just need to talk about it and figure out what the right place is. I think it's probably both. I mean, I don't think Erica could do it without the transfer station staff. She doesn't operate that facility, so.
Yeah. I mean, the argument in the letter is that now's the moment, because EPR is opening us up to reimbursement opportunities. This is the moment to look at the Circular Communities Enterprise to see, does organic waste diversion fit into this vision now that EPR exists? So
Would this be the county in turn selling the organic waste as fertilizer, or they would?
that's what we
Party
did
that.
the last time we had a compost program in this county. That's what we did. We sold compost Great price, huge community benefit. I know a lot of people that bought the finished product there. I personally bought probably 30 yards of compost from the county over the last couple of decades. So I'll leave it at that. This is like, I could talk about this all day, but I don't want to.
No, and I appreciate the request. And right now, really, I just don't know a whole lot about it, but I will commit to learning.
Thank you. I mean, I think the request is in addition to this recycling services, it's just like recycling and composting is the request. And then on the transfer station, and again, I don't know if this is the year, but I think a business plan review, we significantly increased fees. We've altered the staffing model. In the model around those fees, there's this trade-off. Like, did we scare a bunch of customers away as we raise fees? Did we not? I think a kind of a business plan review.
I know a decent amount of people that don't go up there anymore.
Yeah, we'll look at it again. I mean, now that we have a year behind us on the new fees and we have this new opportunity, I think it all ties together now.
I think so too.
And I don't know if that needs to go on here. I do that kind of anyway on all these like little things because I want to know what happened. I mean, I guess when it was one of the first presentations I gave this board was a little bit of my concern about what's happening with people's behavior at the transfer station. We saw a little bit of that early. And I want to see where our revenue ended up, where the fee is worth it. Or has people's behavior changed? And in offering services like composting or recycling for free, again, is there a real argument there that we're going to win some people back? Because again, we have a lot more access to private service now than we've ever had. I mean, essentially, like that transfer station was built back when there was private pickup, maybe in Idaho Springs and nowhere else. And now it's pretty ambiguous, except for St. Mary's and some of the really far off places. But having said that, we have a little bit of a competitive market now. And so we need to look at in that context as far as like, are we really easier and cheaper? And if we're not, what's the point of the transfer station? And maybe it is to be a lead by example place that offers more of these services that the private market's never gonna do. So I don't know. We're gonna look at it. I personally love those tiny little experiments like that because they're easier to get our hands around. And I think we can learn a lot about what's happening in the community by looking at them.
So whether like business plan review appears in the document or not, I would love to hear.
It's going to be part of the budget process this year because we need to look at the transfer station's budget again. It is a general fund liability. So when we're going to come into that conversation as informed as possible on whether or not we think there needs to be some change there. As far as like the revenue part of that equation.
Okay. And bear with me, colleagues. This is an awkward space because there's a lot that I think that this organization can do. We're not going to get it all done in this last year. But
despite your best efforts.
But this is like I don't. Some of this stuff might be long-term vision stuff and not appropriate for a what are this year's goals thing. But this is my chance. So something that I have been asking for quite some time. I don't even need to say that because it's not a complaint. I'm trying to complain. I think we need to investigate the potential of Road and Bridge to act as a vendor for HOAs and metro districts that do road maintenance work inside our jurisdiction. The example I'll give to you is St. Mary's Metro. St. Mary's Metro collects a tax to maintain roads. I believe they have they collect enough to hire one person. There is no HR department. There's no finance department. That person is managed by volunteers. It may work better for everyone, for the Metro to just contract with us to, as we drive down those roads anyway, have our blades down. Does this make sense what I'm articulating here?
I'll have to learn a little bit more about our relationship with them, but at that point, what's the purpose of the Metro District?
To collect the tax.
Because the Metro District was formed to justify the expansion of the infrastructure, right? The expansion of the infrastructure wasn't going to happen without additional tax revenue to pay for it. And right now, And I, St. Mary's is a little bit more complicated. I think the cleaner example is Saddleback,
Yeah, sure.
right? Smaller. It's not as big of a ask as St. Mary's, which covers way more miles, and they're really struggling. And so if we can offer the same services cheaper that they're now contracting out, then we both win. They win, we win, right? It offsets our costs. Maybe we can,
Build a stronger, more robust system.
yeah.
Right? It really, and this actually, the first observation came from the climate activist inside of me going, why are we driving these very inefficient vehicles with the blades up in any context, right? There are some contexts that probably don't make sense to jump into, like, but what does it look like in Georgetown? We drive through Georgetown with our blades up, right? What does it look like in our parking lots over here, right? We drive past the wellness center with our blades up, and then we contract somebody to go plow over there. And I don't know that we can solve all those problems in 1 year, but trying to build a more comprehensive system and play a more active role, I would love. This feels like a long-term goal, but
Yeah, I think it's worth looking into, at least initially. I know.
And I think it's about figuring out like our price. Like we got to do the analysis to figure out what our price is. How much does it cost us per mile or whatever, so that we can at least have a conversation with a Saddleback or a St. Mary's Metro or, whoever else. And maybe there's some instances where we want to do the opposite. Maybe actually it works in St. Mary's as the example to contract with them. Maybe they're the vendor in that case. I don't know, but I think it's worth doing the math problem as we try to build a system that makes sense and works and is efficient and all that stuff.
You wouldn't like to be in the DLD area when the train comes through then, because there's the state and the county, and then they just lift up their blades as they go through.
It's a waste. It's a financial waste. It's a emissions waste. Anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling. Next, service levels on non-maintained county roads. I would like for us to try to define a service level that is consistent, that is uniform, that can be reliably and equally delivered around the county. I feel like right now we don't have a policy that's consistent. We have some non-maintained roads that have sand barrels that get refilled by county employees. We have others that don't. There's just a lot of inconsistency, and it's a little bit of a squeaky wheel system. And I think it's time for us to say, we're gonna have a policy on that.
That's the point of the road maintenance manual.
Okay.
It's the secondary non-maintained and the secondaries primarily. I think our primary or paved roads were very consistent. We have that very well handled. I think we need to move to the dirt roads, basically, the secondary maintained and the secondary non-maintained, because we can even within the secondary maintained roads, it's a little bit of an inconsistent process. And so that's the goal of the road maintenance manual, which is one of my goals I gave the story, was because I see it too. Like, it's hard for me to have a conversation with the public when I'm like, I don't know why this gets this and this doesn't get this, and they look the same, and so
every time I make a claim, I turn around and somebody's like, no, actually, that's not how it works over here. And it's because we appear to operate differently in different areas.
And it's a little bit of a triage system is how it's always been. Again, our dirt roads are much more volatile in their condition than the asphalt roads are. They change a lot faster. So it's a little bit of a reaction to the nature of the system, but I do think there is a way where we know what we're doing, why we're doing it, what the decision-making process is, and that's defendable and consistent. You can't ensure that maintenance is going to be exactly the same, but as long as we have a well-defined rationale about why it is the way it is, I think that's a much better place to be than where it is right now.
And then the last thing that I'll make, and I sent you an email about this a while back, so is there a chance that we can get HUTF reimbursement? Or can we define a service level on these non-maintained roads that gets an HUTF reimbursement?
Fill out
Oh, sorry, the highway user tax fee
Fund.
This is where most of the road and bridge funding comes from.
I think we are pretty consistently around $1 million a year.
And so we have to, we tell the state how many miles of road we maintain, and they reimburse us based on that. And I don't understand what we're committing to when we say we maintain it. Is there like a maintenance program that we can that we can come up with that is enough that we earn that reimbursement? And how much does that reimbursement offset the cost of the service level that we've just defined? Like, we may actually be able to figure out how to, in a financially sustainable way, slightly expand services. I don't know, but I haven't seen the numbers. there's a chance.
Yep, and I did get your request on that, to look into that, and we have, we've got a kind of a broader effort on just HUTF in general that we need to update, how we're currently maintaining, how the condition and status of the roads that we are currently on our maintenance list. And as part of that, we certainly intend to look at that and see what that minimum level of maintenance is to qualify for HUTF funding in there. And so, something that I have not done yet, but is on our list to look into. And if that is something that we want to add to a goal, I'm certainly open to that. If we wanted to find something surrounding HUTF as a goal for this year, it's certainly our goal, which we haven't done in several years, is really update. We've made some minor changes to our adopted road list and have made a lot of effort with a large group of individuals and staff members around the county to update the information internally about and clarify, the roads that are on a maintenance list, and have defined them in a couple tiers, and we've made a lot of progress in that, but it has not always bled over into what we're reporting it to HUTF, especially as we've made small changes or improved road surfaces. We get paid, we qualify for a lot more funding for a paved road than we do for an unpaved road, and so we want to make sure that we're doing that. Another gap that I saw when I did my review this year is we have not statutorily, I think 10% of the HUTF funds are designated for bridges. We have 7 bridges here in Clifford County that we maintain that are part of the National Bridge Inventory, which I believe qualify for HUTF funding too. So that's another area where I hope to increase our funding levels through HUTF in future years. So we are starting to dig into some of that and really hone in what we're getting from HUTF just on our current maintenance levels. And then we can add that in where we will identify, if there is another tier of maintenance that we could provide for our non-maintained roads or define them some other way.
And maybe you look at it in 30 seconds into looking at it, you're like, that was a silly idea, but bad ideas are fun too.
Do we get any money for our frontage roads? Because when they shut the highway down, the semis and everybody's going on our frontage roads and damaging them.
I don't know of any funding mechanism that's supported by that.
I think they're state maintained, aren't they?
A lot of them are.
We've got a variety, County Road
Stanley
3.
Road and those are maintained by
Yeah,
the.
Stanley Road, Alvarado, and County Road 314 are large ones that the county maintains. Big impacts from bleed over from the highway. Some that are a bit debated between CDOT's maintenance team and the county's maintenance team is County Road 308, where you see them, everybody coming through and saying, no, not us. And
Just have the locals.
Valley Road is a large one.
In them to keep filling the holes in.
Oh,
I heard if you throw up a birthday party, then you tend to get the local government to pay attention. Or the state government or whoever hasn't been paying attention. Just throw the potholes a birthday party.
oh, oh, that's funny.
We had people that got a hold of some cones in my neighborhood that just I think the county kept removing them, but the cones kept appearing and don't drive in this pothole.
That was over in Evergreen too, and there was a pothole where the cone was like 6 inches above the pothole. I mean,
So we did, Amy Saxton, before her departure, had set up some recurring meetings with the CDOT maintenance, the local CDOT maintenance team. And their lead within CDOT, I heard Cindy Neely's presentation the other day, and her talking about CDOT being in these silos, and that's certainly one of their silos. It's, this one maintenance team that has nothing to do with what they're doing on Floyd Hill or these other areas. So we did have some discussions with them. It was going well, in discussing but understanding, but it kept on really coming back to no these roads, County Road 308, Silver Valley Road, especially, are not included and funded through Clerky County to be maintained roads. We're not receiving HUTF funding for those. We're not maintaining them. And CDOT provides snow plowing services on them and some limited maintenance. They have repaved them in the past, but they're not, that team was not advertising. It's like, oh yeah, that's, we're funded for that. We're maintaining those roads in perpetuity. So I think that there is, that was Amy's intent, was really to better define that between our two teams, of who is doing what. You know, those conversations haven't really progressed a whole lot, since Amy's departed.
Two more things. I'm just gonna say them both, and then maybe we don't even need to react to them. Maybe we do, I don't know. Their standing direction from the board that, if an internal combustion engine vehicle is gonna be purchased, that the board needs to receive an explanation for why. And I'm talking about light duty, right? I'm not talking about the snow plows. I think it's worth formalizing that. Because it's only ever been verbally expressed as direction.
Okay.
Okay, so we can't really talk about this here, right? Because we didn't notice it, but I have a problem given the winter conditions here and how quickly car batteries can lose power and how few charging stations are around. I mean, if our people are expected to drive border to border in our county, they could run into a traffic jam on I-70 and have to get pulled off. So I don't think we're ready to penalize internal combustion engines.
This is partially why I think we need to get this policy into writing, because that direction has not been overturned.
And what was the direction? Who directed it?
The direction was from the Board of County Commissioners to staff.
When?
If you're gonna purchase a light duty vehicle that is not an EV, we need an explanation as to why. When, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. And so, based on that, I think it's worthwhile, and because we don't agree on this, I think it's worthwhile for us to have the conversation and get a policy in writing. And if the policy doesn't pass, the policy doesn't pass, but, Jody, what do you think? You think this is worth talking about?
Well, there's the bill that's being introduced too for fleet being replaced that are diesel. To be replaced with EVs as well. So I don't know.
That's state.
That would be a state requirement state statute if it passes. But we'll
so
see how that.
I don't know if that's a public works.
I should say not requirement. It's a way to get funded.
That's more for me, I think, if we're doing that. And we do need to have a conversation with how that applies to the elected offices.
We control the budget.
I know, but so we know that we just have, especially the sheriff, buys a lot of vehicles. So part of that policy discussion, I think, needs to be with them.
Yeah, and like heavy duty and high use vehicles are, that's not what I'm trying to talk about here. We do have vehicles that sit in the parking lot here a lot. And I hear that they need regular jumps. I don't think EVs have that problem, but we're not agendized for that debate.
I will say, for my part, I don't know a whole lot about it. And so that's another area where I've got a lot of learning to do. And our team has a lot of learning to do to be able to make that transition into an electrified fleet. We're trying to get our heads wrapped around maintaining the vehicles that we're seeing now that are kind of traditional combustion engines, and mechanics there that we're working with. We'll need to understand, how we can maintain that fleet as well. But that's just not an area where I've been involved in, and we'll need to learn about it, and happy to have those discussions.
Okay. Thank you.
I can work on that one.
Okay, and I also want to know the cost aspect too.
Well, I think bringing up the maintenance is important, but I also think the leasing policy that we're now going to alleviates a little bit more of that issue because we're relying on warranties more.
Okay.
And then we're just talking about tires and stuff. It's a little bit easier.
No, tires are more expensive too.
Well, right, but as far as their ability to maintain them, they're not having to go back to an EV school because most of the components will be under warranty, right?
Oh, I see
what you're saying. Like, so I think this is the right time to have this conversation. I think we're set up a little bit better for success now. given that we have another means of maintaining these.
And my only ask is that we develop a policy and we put it in writing. So
Okay.
that's
I mean,
all.
maybe a hybrid.
I was
so
gonna say,
they
there's
could-
also hybrids. A lot of the counties have hybrids.
So they
Yeah.
could actually get off
Yeah.
I-70 once they've been stuck there.
Yeah, I can look at it.
All right.
Thank you for indulging me on that. Last thing. I think we need to figure out our footprint in Dumont. We used to operate on a lot less space. We seem to have taken up the whole rodeo grounds area and a good amount of land on the north side of the road. When I came into office in 2019 and said, we're not going to double the size of the shooting range. And we have this, we brought that back in. I also said, it's because I think this property could be good for some private use, some economic development use. And the feedback from Road and Bridge at the time was, we need that space, we're going to take it. I think I would like to see us really understand what kind of footprint we need and whether we get enough value out of our current use of that land to say, no, we don't think that we should be trying to get this into private hands.
That whole corridor, 1A, those lots on the, I guess, north side, south side, I don't know.
The same size as shooting.
Yeah, the
I see what you mean.
highway side.
Yeah, there we go.
Road and Bridge, it's gonna, when we move on to like the next phase of facility assessment, particularly when we're focused on the sheriff's Dumont garages, we're gonna come up with a whole plan for all of that area and bring it back to the board about how we plan to utilize it, because we are also downsizing, right? So some of the reason you're seeing a little bit more push onto that land is because we're moving stuff off of other land that we're gonna get rid of. So I think that that's part of it. The other problem is and I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but there's been changes in the evidence requirements for vehicles. Now we don't have to store them, and it's like this whole thing. And so
Do have to store them?
for more than we used to. And so I think we have to have a holistic conversation about all of those things, because right now that expansion is kind of happening like in this unplanned kind of organic way as we get pressure here. And obviously, like Stoy said, the Dumont site itself, the fence site, is not as well organized as it could be. So we got to figure out that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of slop going on there, I think. So we're really going to put some effort in as part of, once we move farther into the divesting process and figuring out how all of that works together with 1A, the shooting range, those two lots, the materials yard, the defense Dumont, this actual Dumont facility, and figure out what's the best use and actually designate the use. So it's planned and like, and because it is, we have an opportunity there, I think, to make that site really effective and nice. And I think, I think the commercial opportunities where the sheriff's garage is better than there, but maybe not, and that's part of the reason why we're getting the real estate people on too, to help us with those. So we're not just making guesses, we're getting a professional opinion on where the real potential is.
Right.
And I will say that as we have seen some of that come, bringing in the transit department, clearing out our parking lot here and moving that over to the public works facility, the sheriff's office and their needs. We have spoken to them about their needs right now, and especially as they liquidate that property across the highway there, what their future needs are going to be. We have packaged that all together, and the board approved as part of the budget approval process, $40,000 as our 20% match into a planning grant that's funded through our transit grant system. And so we're hopeful for that grant application. That application has been submitted. We're still waiting to hear on that, but that is I think, it was on the order of $200,000 that we requested for planning out that Dumont facility and that site. So that would include, bringing in, meeting the needs for public works, transit, the sheriff and everyone else is kind of in that zone there, and really defining, that space a lot better than what we've done now. And so hopefully you'll see more on that soon as we kind of pursue that planning phase anyway.
Thank you. That's all for me.
And were you going to talk about the road maintenance manual?
Yeah, I think, George covered a lot of that, and some of the desires that he has there. A lot of, those are what we're trying to achieve through that road maintenance manual. In addition to that, really just defining practices and standards where we have defined, really broadly with a paragraph or two of how we maintain certain roads. And they're, a primary maintained road or secondary maintained road, and we cover that in a paragraph. It's not quite enough to really encapsulate, how we're treating these roads. And so part of that manual is to break those up into segments, in some cases, and really define, better for ourselves anyway, how we're maintaining each of these roads. And in that, we would like to classify those roads a little bit better where we have a classification system. The maintenance category is one. There's also a functional classification for that, you hear that tossed around for an arterial collector, local access road, those types of roads is the classification system that we've adopted here too. That's in addition to our maintenance levels. And so incorporating that kind of stuff and really defining, what type of signs we would have on these types of roads, what type of maintenance form on these types of roads, that sort of thing. Updating our snow removal policy and other kind of just more internal policies like that. And kind of piggybacking on HR's goal of their policy updates there, which are broadly, for the county as a whole. Being a road and bridge and with heavy equipment and that type of stuff, we need more specific policies and that will tie into the broader policies too. So kind of taking all that information and putting it into a policy or standard practice type of document is really what I'm going for there.
Sounds good. Jody, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
George,
Thank you.
you done?
I had a lot for you. Thank you.
Nope, always happy to hear from you. And yeah, I'm sure we'll be talking through some other public works updates here soon.
Thank you.
Can I request a quick break?
We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doyle.
Had a lot of
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to make a slight change to the agenda. We're going to finish up with staff through M, the animal shelter. And then your commissioner's goals, we will postpone and we'll do a brief executive session as we need to be at the school board meeting by 4:30 on Floyd Hill. So thank you all for your patience. Next up is Human Services. Right?
Yep.
Oh, I
thank
guess
you.
I should
Here
share
we
this
are.
for you.
Oh, yes. Hang on.
There you go.
So I initially joked with Holton that I was just gonna have a goal to survive this next year. So like thinking along those terms, I think my second goal is really such a priority for my team. There's so much stress that's happening for our department right now. It feels like not just from changes federal government has made to our programs, but also things that are going on in the state level. And in seeing that impact that it's having on our staff, and then knowing the impact that that ultimately has on their ability to provide services to our clients. So our mantra always in our department is we can't take care of the community if we can't take care of ourselves. So really looking at this next year, like what kind of trainings can we implement? What kind of additional supports can we put in place? Just to take care of our human services staff, so then they're better able to provide services to our most vulnerable community members. Along those lines, I think we're really lucky because we have a psychologist on staff who, when we ask her to, is always willing to take some time to create some trainings that are really tailored and specific to human services. And we'll do those trainings during some of our monthly team meetings. So I think we're going to work not only with Dr. Gillingham, but then just get input from our staff on what they think might be helpful trainings. So then skipping back up to the first goal with our veteran services. I think it's really important as we move forward to kind of shift this narrative that we've had with our VSO around being active. Like he historically has provided a ton of transportation for veterans to and from appointments in Denver, and doing things that are just more like activity focused rather than kind of outcomes focused. And so we're trying to shift to have this narrative around, let's get people signed up for benefits and claims and have that be kind of our measure of success. And we've been working with the state VSO on kind of making that shift and trying to refocus the work that we're doing. And I do appreciate that he has been and presenting to the board. So I hope
He meaning Troy?
our VSO, yep, Troy.
Thank you.
Yep.
So some of the veterans that were getting services because they were not satisfied, do we just let them go? Do we try to bring them back? What happens with that?
So veteran services is interesting in that there's no like jurisdiction. So if in child welfare, you can only get services in the county that you reside in, but veterans can go anywhere in the state and receive services. So if they've made a decision that they want to go to Custer County and receive services there, then they're allowed to do that. And really, it's not an ongoing service. It's typically somebody has gone to that VSO and worked with them to file for claims and benefits.
I'm just wondering if I get these calls, if I say the policy's changed a little bit, you should try again. If that's what I should be doing, or just.
No, I would love it if you would do that, and feel free to give them both my phone number and Troy Erickson's number.
Okay.
Yeah. My understanding though is that there's only been one person that we know that's gone out of county.
There's 3 that I think I know of.
Okay.
Yeah, at least.
Okay. So maybe you and I can just follow up on that later. That's okay. Okay. And then our last goal, as you all know, with the changes at the federal level, with the Big Beautiful Bill Act or HR1, all the new requirements and demands on SNAP and Medicaid. Really, from my perspective, it's less about like catching fraud and more about creating some bureaucracy that will naturally kick people off of these programs, not because they're not eligible, but because it's too hard to
make sure they have all their paperwork in, or to reapply for services or get recertified every 6 months. We'll lose people, not because they're not eligible, but just because they can't follow through with getting connected. So some of the newer things that are coming out like pretty quickly is the requirement to every 6 months certify people who are on Medicaid. And not just families, but every individual in the family. So if there's a family of 4 and we know that that family qualifies for Medicaid, our techs now have to go through every person in the family, not just qualify them based on a family. So it's a tremendous amount of work, not just for a technician, but for the family. So you can imagine that there'll be a drop off in people who are receiving Medicaid or SNAP now. And those are primarily our goals for the next.
Can you talk about also having to re-verify every family member, even children?
Yeah, so that's what I was just saying with Medicaid. It won't just be like by household, it'll be everybody in the household. So if it's, no, that's okay. So if there's 4, 2 adults, 2 kids.
So it's like, even though you certify the adults, you also have to certify that the kids are eligible?
Everybody in the household.
Wow.
Yeah, every 6 months.
We're gonna monitor our staff's workload really closely here. We luckily do have we have a second eligibility worker for the first time ever, like in a long time. But now, unfortunately, we were struggling under the old requirements, and now we have twice the FTEs, but now we have an exponential increase in the work. So we're gonna have to really closely monitor and make sure that we're meeting our timelines and providing a good service. So if that starts to go sideways, you might see us back here with the board.
Just seeking another FTE.
Or another solution.
We're doing a 6-month budget review, I know, and I don't think it needs to show up on the goals list because one of my first questions is gonna be, are we adequately staffed and eligible? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because we can't let our people starve to death because they didn't get the right paperwork in.
Right, and I mean, the other problem with that too is the payment error rate for SNAP is part of some of the new federal guidelines. And if the state as a whole is over a certain percentage, 5% of an error rate, then the state will owe the feds money back. So potentially the state is looking at worst case scenario, a loss of I think like 1.5 million. Now I know, as soon as I said, let me read it. Don't
it's
correct
like,
me. Just kidding, you can. 50 million. Yeah.
50?
Yeah, sorry, a little bit more than 1.5. Yeah.
better than the one I heard. I'm glad you said it. I have one potential addition, which is work I think you'll probably be doing anyway. I know DHS is engaged in the childcare scholarship program and just sort of this childcare systems construction work that's been happening. Without affecting your workload, I think it could be worthwhile to write up a goal around that. Because do you plan on participating like you did last year in that program?
I'm not sure I'm not sure.
For the scholarship eligibility.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
And yeah.
Sorry, they discussed, how, I think before they didn't really have eligibility requirements. And then when you came on board, that helped them come up with that because they don't have money to give to everybody. So I'm assuming that.
Yeah, your name was mentioned today about helping them vet their applicants, which I thought they said you did last year.
Yeah, they were just talking about the work you did last year that helped them move the process along better.
Yeah, I mean, supporting them is not a new thing for us. We're gonna continue to do it.
Okay.
So this might just be like the politician in me because we're gonna do the work, because it's important work and because it's popular work. Put it in there.
And that's probably not till the fall or late summer.
They'll start it sooner. Later, the fall seems like that.
Well, they have their funding through August 15th, I believe. So it's not like it would start right away unless an application comes in. They didn't know if they had money left over for this cycle.
The last I looked, I went in to just try to look at the application process and it's closed, which made me think that they don't have any funding left, but I don't know.
So nothing immediately right now.
And so there's helping the scholarship applications. And then like very related to that work is this goal around family, friend, neighbor, and getting providers up that ladder. I'm not asking you to do more. I think if survive was the word on here, you know, the politician in me might react well to that too.
I mean, our CCAP staff can certainly help get people qualified. I think that there was some pushback from that group on having families do that.
You mean submit their information?
Like go through that process. It's not as hard, it's not as difficult to just become a qualified exempt provider as it is to be a licensed provider, but there's still some things that need to happen. But I think it's worth exploring again, especially if the county is providing funding.
Yeah, the two that presented today, because it wasn't the whole group, they did say that the group has changed. You know, some people maybe were not happy with the process and they've moved on or something, but they all seemed happy with it, so.
Okay.
Good, that's all I have.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you too for giving the updates. And I know sometimes you have to consolidate them. They let us know that you're not going to send us out hourly updates because it gets crazy.
Yeah. It is a balance. I joke with both Colton and Peter that I could send things of us every day, but I don't want to bombard you with emails. But I also don't want you to hear from other commissioners' updates before you hear from me. I don't love that.
I think the ones that like end up really affecting our residents are the ones that we need to hear because it does go back and forth so much.
It does. Yeah. It's chaotic for sure. Yeah.
And thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Ryan, you're up.
Afternoon, almost evening. Yeah, survive, I think is a good appropriate word. There's a Wall Street Journal yesterday, or Washington Post reported an additional 600 million in cuts to 4 states in particular, one being Colorado, for health and human services imminently. So I think we're just the beginning of what will be another 3 years of this reality. But anyway, so our goals beyond survival is to navigate, obviously, the funding uncertainty without reducing our services. We met with CDPHE last week. We had our clinical audit for our Title X program, and we are doing quite well with that. I asked them point blank what their appetite was for funding Title X when Title X funding goes away on the federal level. And they were fairly confident that it wouldn't entirely go away. It's not a program that you can just not fund. There's unintended consequences aplenty that will cost far more than funding Title X. So Jeffco lost their Title X funding this year due to their own fault. They didn't apply. And so they are without now Title X funding. So we are anticipating this year some activity, some patients from Jeffco on the far west side of Jeffco anyway. So we'll see. Mountain Youth Network. Mountain Youth Network received the EPIC grant that we had applied for. So they're now more than fully funded for the next 5 years. So they not only have a new house, a new car, but they're fully funded for 5 years. So getting them settled and integrated into the Health and Wellness Center, it's a huge opportunity to open the eyes of the youth who will be there and the services that are available to them. So hopefully engaging a lot more of the youth from the health services perspective. CHAPS, as I presented last time, 2027 is our last year of that, so we will begin the next process of an unfunded mandate of CHAPS and begin that. So wrapping up this year, the 23 to 27 funding.
Could you tell me what CHAP stands for?
It's the Community Health Assessment Plan or Improvement Plan. The CHIP is the actual implementation of that. And so looking at that and seeing what, if anything, is in there that we haven't addressed and what could we possibly address with no funds. The goal of that is to improve the health of the community. Obviously, it's in the title. This is to execute creative and thoughtful ways to engage the community as public health in an effort to increase volume of clinic visits for immunizations and family planning. Increasing the volume in the clinic is always been a goal and will continue to be a goal of ours. We started this year a diabetes education program with the help of CDPHE and $125. Our goal is to engage 5 to 10 individuals. This is a service that we can bill insurance. So it is fully covered insurance. So whether you've been a diabetic for a day or your entire lifetime, there's something to be learned. And it's a program that we're running through the clinic. We have both online and in-person engagement in that. So
Is that for both types?
yes. Yep. So if you know anyone who's diabetic, a person with diabetes or recently diagnosed, have them reach out and we will get them engaged.
I'm sorry, I can't help myself, but just make the comment. Sean Wood might not have been right on the timing because the height of the pandemic might not have been the time to focus on this, but I sure am glad we are now. And Sean, I hope is grateful that we're focusing on this now.
Our WIC program continues and similar to what Director Crisano. We have 125 people in it right now on average, with new babies being born every day. And engaging those individuals who are at, the fallout from Health and Human Services some of that falls into WIC, right? These individuals are losing SNAP benefits, et cetera, and trying to make them up with other programs. So we are engaging them as best we can. We continue to provide free diapers and formula and wipes through our collaboration with the WeCycle program and our child car seat program. And the WIC program, folks can come from wherever. You don't have to live in Clear Creek. So we do have individuals who live in Gilpin County, for instance, is about 20% of our total WIC population comes from Gilpin. A random people from other places, but that's our second highest is Gilpin. Any questions?
A suggestion. Jefferson County Public Health got GROC funding to improve harm reduction services in the region, including Clear Creek County. I think within the next few months, we'll see their needs assessment be complete. I would love to see us have a goal of working with Jefferson County Public Health to increase harm reduction services in Clear Creek County.
Yeah, I still haven't heard from them. So
what do you think about
that? Yes.
Colleagues, concerns about that?
Concerns? Do you think that we're not going to be represented?
No, I'm just asking you if you have concerns. Okay. I would love to see that. I mean, I think GROC is largely going to pay for it. JCPH is largely going to staff it. I'm sure there's a role for us in working with them. And I'd love to see us do it.
But the burden's on us to reach out to them. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that I think should be part of our work plan this year and our goals is to.
Yes, I agree. They receive $1.5 million to address the three counties. I've made it clear to them my interest in
Great.
doing all that I can. I haven't heard from them yet, so.
Did you, by the way, did you hear from the folks conducting the needs assessment?
I did, yep. Yes, I had a nice conversation with them, I don't know, a couple months ago.
Me too. I need to follow back up on that. Anyway, that's my only comment. Otherwise, yeah, please survive. Thank you so much.
Advocacy for recovery, that's a totally separate deal, I'm assuming.
Advocates for Recovery Colorado, yes, they're in the clinic. The Gilpin representative and the Clark Creek County representative are there, staffing there. Their efforts are not independent. Trevor, for instance, who's the Clear Creek representative, he's part of the Do Talk Dinners, which is going great. I don't know if you guys heard the story on NPR or
I did, yes.
Husband attended yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Oh my God.
Excellent.
Oh, awesome.
They are trying to convince National Public Radio, NPR, to adopt the story. They're interviewing them tomorrow to do a bigger piece about it. And so we'll see where that goes. But Trevor, to your point, Trevor is a part of that. He's one of the facilitators of that and engaged in this community. Yeah, he's aware of everything that we're doing on the harm reduction, to Commissioner Marlin's point, of what we're doing from a harm reduction perspective. And he uses those resources for the individuals that he engages with.
And what we're doing here is more than we've ever done. And I feel like the minimally viable program includes syringe exchange.
Yes, and we looked into that very seriously. The challenge with a syringe exchange and a vending machine, which is one way that we're looking into of how do we dispense syringes and Narcan and all of those things that go beyond just what we're doing now. And I met with Jefferson County a year plus ago with our harm reduction group to understand what that might look like, what resources might be needed. The challenge with it is, in order to have just a freestanding vending machine and not have somebody empty it, you need to give out a code. And in order to get that code, the individual has to meet with someone who's trained to have a brief conversation with them while keeping it anonymous at the same time. And with two staff who are trained in any way, shape, or form, it just wasn't feasible from a time perspective. The Narcan flies off our shelves. We go through 40 boxes a month, leave the clinic. So we didn't know how we might fund that FTE or a quarter of an FTE. I mean, how do you, who's going to take that job? And so we sort of put it by the wayside. So if Jefferson County is going to fill that role from a harm reduction perspective, wonderful. And look forward to that conversation. So.
We'll see how the needs assessment plays out, but.
Yeah, right. We'll see what they find.
Okay. That I have.
Thank you. Any questions for us or anything? All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your time.
Last but not least, Matt.
No, yeah,
Saving the best for
internal
last. That's what I-
services and animal shelter.
Hello, Matt Taylor with Internal Services. So you heard Colton kind of lead off with one of his goals of updating the org chart and staffing. Kind of we're starting a soft approach with that and actually adding animal shelter and IT to the internal services division. Nothing's finalized on that just yet, but kind of getting it on that. So my first goal for the internal services division is really to become very familiar with the animal shelter, how it runs, its staff, its policies, procedures, and of course its challenges, so that I can be most effective in helping them accomplish what they need to do. So, of course, the same thing kind of falls true for IT. I'm a little bit more familiar with some of the IT things that I am. Moving on to facilities, the big one there is to complete the basement repair, remodel, and really help us to sell some buildings Of course, everything is contingent upon us getting staff back down into the basement so that we can free up space in other buildings, so that we can go ahead and move forward with capital projects. So just a quick update on that. We've got an RFP out right now. We're soliciting bids. Those will be due next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. And we're asking those bidders to have substantial completion by the end of June. So moving on to GIS and mapping, we've got our core product that we use on a day-to-day basis is meeting its end of life in March. So we need to transition off of that onto our newer in-house core GIS mapping project or product. We're actually quite close on that, but as of March 1st, our legacy product will no longer be available to us. So we have to convert any old projects or any old workflows and just make sure everything is readily available in the new GIS system. Similarly, our interactive maps program actually met its end of life about a year ago. And it was our goal last year to migrate all of our interactive map applications to our new product. Unfortunately, staff shortage and a few other things just didn't allow us to complete that project. We've made some significant progress on that, but we really intend to get off of both of those end-of-life products onto the newer products in 2026. In IT, we want to implement multi-factor authentication or MFA across the county software. So right now we're not in compliance with our cybersecurity insurance requirements. So we really need to take action on this and get this done as soon as possible. And basically, hopefully you guys are familiar with multi-factor authentication. I think it's going to be not terribly difficult to roll out from the IT standpoint. I think the big challenge is going to get staff's adoption and training and willingness to move forward in this process. So another IT initiative or goal, I guess, is to evaluate opportunities to monetize or replace Project Thor, the backup, to replace the Thor backup internet service. So basically, Project Thor is costing us $100,000 a year. We're utilizing it for backup ISP here at the courthouse and a couple other facilities. So we want to look at, can we somehow monetize Thor here in Georgetown or in another location where we can, sell off that last mile or somehow, get some money for that? Or is it perhaps more advantageous for us to look at some other backup ISP like Starlink or something like that? Is that more, is that a better cost savings? So the third.
Thank you. Sorry, just quick. I know we're trying to be quick on time. The vision when we bought into Thor and a bunch of local governments did it at the same time was kind of for us to evolve into being internet service providers and provide fiber inside the communities. Just so I'm not sure that vision's viable anymore, given all of the technological innovation, but.
Yeah, and I think it was seen also as a vehicle for the BEAD grants, but obviously the two providers that got BEAD grants for our body services are not interested in Thor piggybacking on it. It's really right. Like it's way overkill for us at this point. So without a path to, if we could provide free broadband to Georgetown, maybe there's a community aspect that makes that worth the money, or if we're doing something, whatever, like we want to look into those options at this point because the original business case, I think, is not really there anymore. The other option is, when we start looking at this in the context of, commercial and industrial development, if we start to get indications that dark fiber is something that gives us some kind of competitive advantage, then we can look at that. But without any of those other things happening or vetting out, it's difficult to justify the cost at this point. So we really want to take seriously exploring all those options because it is a bill that gives me heartburn every time we have to pay it for right now, what it's being used for, which is literally internet here, the courthouse, the health clinic, and that's it.
Yeah. And essentially the annex, because we got a fiber line, between us.
Yeah, we're connected, but
the world's most expensive
Yeah,
internet service.
it's great. I mean, I download 100 gigs a second or something, but it's just not, it's expensive. It's really expensive. I mean, if you think about it in the context of our IT budget, it's like 15% of the entire IT budget is our one internet connection. So we need to not fall into sunk cost fallacy with Thor at this point.
And is that part of the diagram you made of all the different systems?
That's our internal architecture for our servers. This is outside of that. This is our internet connection. And it's a very big, nice, good internet connection. It's redundant. It's got a lot of capacity. It's not really being utilized by any of the customers that bought into it to the point where that fiber is anywhere nearing its capacity load. It's largely dark at this point. And so, but that space has evolved so much since those decisions were made that we got to really look at our business climate at this point for that time.
And Colton, I'm just curious, do you know, is that a price tag set for an X number of years, or does it increase every year? Or?
I mean, it might have an escalator in it, but it's not significant. But yeah, it's 6 figures for 2 buildings on internet is a lot.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The way I map to this is the fiber under the highway. This is a lease for all the fiber that runs under the highway. And there's a ton of it. There's so much fiber that they put under the highway.
So we overbuilt thinking we'll get it under the highway once and then we'll always have plenty of capacity for the whole county?
CDOT did. CDOT buried the fiber and it was underutilized, and all the local governments realized, hey, we don't have redundancy and there's fiber under the highway that's not being used. Like, can we lease it? And I mean, it was a good idea at the time. It's just pricey. And at the same time, we saw like satellite services roll out and just like
5G
internet
better and Toronto radios, and like there's a lot more options than there used to be.
Right.
Because I think you'll find varying levels of service all over the county. Like I get pretty good satellite at my house, but just the other side of the mountain gets terrible satellite for whatever reason. But T-Mobile's great there. And so now people are Clear Creek Broadband and Maverick got their BEAD grants and they're going to start running fiber. And so and they're not interested in Thor as a vehicle. So, cause I think their contract is with someone, CenturyLink or Comcast or one of them. So, it's been a lot of stuttering starts with what to do with this thing. And so far we really just need to
Cut the cable.
figure it out or get out of it,
Okay.
so.
Well, yeah, if it's 6 figures a year and we're not getting 6 figures of service and we can get it cheaper elsewhere, to me, that's a no-brainer.
And you can, and what some people are doing, which I'm interested in, is what they call median backup, which is that you're not only backing up your ISP, you're backing up through a different vehicle, right? So if fiber goes down, you have a satellite backup. If satellite goes down, you have a fiber backup, right? So anyway, we'll move on, but that's the point of Thor. It's like that goal there.
And thanks for that, Colton, because that actually leads into the third and final IT goal, which is to get backup ISP at 2 facilities in Dumont that don't currently have it, our Public Works facility and our Station 1A facility. So, yeah, good intro. And then, the animal shelter goals, actually, their highest and their first and highest goal, or actually, before I jump into animal shelter, did you guys have anything questions about? Okay, great. Colton actually brought this up at the very beginning of the day. One of his goals is actually to find a way to make the animal shelter more sustainable. Some sort of 401 or partnerships, or what can we do? So that's what Sue's got on her top of her list here, is create a task force. So I'm going to read these verbatim because I just got this. So create a task force dedicated to developing a sustainable organizational structure for the shelter. So she says the current structure is not sustainable. The county needs to fulfill county and state requirements for holding dogs and cats. This ties into the county goal of FTE stabilization. Another goal of hers is to stay operational, given the staffing shortage. Maintain and grow relationships with nonprofits and volunteers. Continue to provide community education and support. And maintain the status as a no-kill shelter.
I have a question. We've gotten 2 dogs from there. But my understanding is that it's not really a shelter for lovely local dogs who need a family. They also do prisoners dog holds. And they have a lot of dogs kind of fostered out, which they will bring in to meet you if you make an appointment to go see a dog. And I think the community envisioned a whole bunch of cute homeless dogs that they'd go adopt. My dog actually was brought in from New Mexico. So I don't see us being able to sustain, bringing dogs in from everywhere with the staffing that we have.
I can touch on that really quick.
Okay, thank you.
Really, the adoptable dogs are brought in as just in a community engagement thing. There's no more than a couple at a time, and it's
Yeah.
only if we have excess capacity. And most of the adoptable dogs are actually fostered and never stay in Charlie's Place.
That's what I heard.
Because Charlie's, again, yes, I understand that was the community's vision, but the reality of animal management is a lot more complicated than that. We have to have a place to do court holds. We have to have a place to send strays. We have to have a place to, hold dangerous animals, all these different things. And so that does eat up a lot of the capacity of Charlie's Place. And so there, and there's this, I think this idea that we're bringing in a lot of out-of-state dogs or out-of-county dogs for adoptability, and it's not really that many at a time.
Oh, okay.
And it is not interfering with the other operation of the facility. But the reality is like a lot of strays and a lot of pickups are not adoptable animals, right? They're, for
Feral.
whatever reason, and its status as of a no-kill shelter complicates that.
Right.
Right? Because then you get them and they're just there forever, right? And so that's why goal number 1 exists on mine and this. This is a very complicated operation. It's not something that counties do well. It is, and we have a lot of legal requirements which are not optional. Like we have to have a place to take strays. We have to have a place to send.
Okay, so I thought this was not usual for a county to have an animal
It's
shelter.
very unusual.
Okay, so counties without animal shelters
Contract with nonprofits
contract, okay,
for these court holds, for these statutory holds.
great, okay.
The other, or in the case of Denver, it's a hybrid. The county owns the building and the land. They don't operate the facility,
Okay.
right? And so whatever we do, we can look at all those different models.
Okay, and then my other question is that, I fought to get, another staff person there. And I don't believe I was successful at it, but we did allow her to combine 2 half FTEs until 1 full-time with benefits?
Yep.
Okay,
We did that.
do we know if that has helped?
So the other thing she's concerned about is interactions with the public.
Mm-hmm,
People picking up law enforcement holds,
Uh-huh.
strays
Right.
that are mad.
right,
And so we are working out a process with the SO right now to where they need to come to the sheriff's office first if they're picking up a law enforcement hold and get escorted to Charlie's Place.
okay,
Because that doesn't put that staff at minimum levels in a potentially dangerous situation. But we also haven't brought that to the board yet. We are just talking about it, but it's a way to help help the security situation in that building without overstaffing that building on a safety concern when we have other resources that we could potentially use to help them. That would be more appropriate anyway, right? So we'll bring all that back to the board when we figure all that out. We just talked to the sheriff. They're completely amenable to helping. So we're gonna figure out how that's looking for.
all right,
But I think that would help the staff right now because we have had some pretty rough encounters with staff and and customers over there who were upset that their dog got picked up as a stray, but that's not the animal shelter's decision, right?
Yeah.
And so we don't want to put the staff in that situation,
I agree.
especially when they're over there by themselves.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't be now if we have two full-time.
But again, given we only have 2.9 people over there,
Oh,
someone gets sick, there's people there by themselves. So this helps.
Okay, so I thought there were only two people. There's 2.9.
Yeah, there's 2 other part-time people.
Okay, okay.
I just have one comment on this section, which is as a goal, I think maintaining its status as a no-kill shelter makes sense. It's a worthy goal. I hope the effect of this being written in as a goal isn't that we are not considering every alternative. Because I don't think maintaining that shelter as a no-kill shelter is the most important thing that the county needs to figure out right now, with all the different services and all of the different humans people that rely on us.
I don't intend any of these goals to be, if we have a good reason that they didn't work out, not to have a conversation with the board about it. It's just aspirational. If that is a break point with the financial sustainability of that operation that we cannot figure out a solution to, then we're going to come back here and explain that to the board. And that applies to all the goals, right? If there's a reason why we couldn't do it, or a situation changed, or it was a bigger task than we thought, we just want to maintain that transparency, and that includes that. But I do think, given the community expectation of Charlie's Place, it's important that we start with maintaining that status.
I agree. And I just think it's a worthwhile exercise as we evaluate options to include on that list options that don't meet that threshold.
Yep.
That's all for me.
All right, well, Matt, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
we will now move into a brief executive session. Was that the?
Yes, please.
All right. No minutes will be taken, no decisions will be made
So you're moving
into executive session.
for the following purposes.
The following purposes,
The board will move into executive session for the following purposes pursuant to CRS 24640224B and D for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to matters involving potential litigation or other action to address a decision by the Lookout Mountain Water District that will negatively impact the ability of Clear Creek High School and surrounding areas, provide for fire suppression and other public safety needs in addition to other potential adverse impacts, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned issues.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
And just one note that the goals of your county commissioners will be addressed at another session. Thank you.
The Board of County Commissioners has concluded its executive session. No decisions were made and no written minutes were kept. The Board of County